Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A naturalist has made an incredible discovery about birds in Yellowstone National Park, ravens specifically. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that scientist George Booman and his wife cracked the code, learning the language that ravens use for everything from predator warnings to where they can find something to eat.
When folks would pull into the parking lot there in Lamar Valley, they had a specific call that basically said, we're going to eat anything that falls out of your picnic basket. This is our territory. He figured out that if he heard a certain call, he knew that that raven was telling other ravens in the world that a type of eagle was flying their way.
Booman says this type of language isn't just confined to ravens. Other animals communicate with calls and sounds as well. In her 2016 memoir, North of Crazy, Nelchie Doubleday Kings chronicles her decision to leave a life of privileged aristocracy for a more authentic life here in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Wendy Core reports that Nelchie gifted her ranch on Lower Piney Creek near Banner, Wyoming, to the University of Wyoming, and her legacy is benefiting many.
Now, students, professors, anybody with the association with the University of Wyoming has this space to be creative. There's so many different creative opportunities that can be had there at the Nelchie Center. And that's why the Collegiate Chorale and the orchestra and the jazz band were able to go there in mid-September and make this amazing performance, this beautiful tribute to music.
Now, along the way, the publishing heiress recreated herself as a painter, rancher, businesswoman, and mother, all while creating a platform for other artists to find their voices. The Sheridan County Sheriff's Office announced on Friday that the remains of Kyle Ellis, then 29 when he was reported missing, have been positively identified. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that Kyle had caught a ride from a resort in the Bighorn Mountains and was last spotted at a gas station in Grable.
That was the last time anybody had seen him. And his family was curious because they knew people in Grable. It's a small town. They thought somebody might have seen him, but nobody did. His remains were found about 60 miles away in rural Park County. And it appears he was camping out and he succumbed to the elements.
Kyle went missing in 2018, and the sheriff's office says no foul play is suspected. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
A Powell photographer has gotten photos of a piebald cow elk in a herd southwest of Cody. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi tells us that Michael Moore got the perfect shot of this rare condition.
Piebaldism is a result of a recessive gene that has to be in both parents in animals. And when both parents have that gene, and not every time they produce an offspring, but if they both have the recessive gene, their offspring will be off color, for lack of a better way to put it. In this case, elk usually have brown hair and skin, and there have been several elk spotted that are piebald, which means that they have blotches of white on their skin and in their hair. But in this case, the elk that was spotted along the South Fork of the Shoshone River near Cody was almost entirely white. So that's a really rare instance where both of the parents had this recessive gene that when they got together and produced an offspring, it produced this piebald elk, which is just mismatched in color. It happens 1 in every 100,000 according to Colorado State Parks.
Moore captured this rare elk on the South Fork of the Shoshone River near Cody. You can see the picture and check out the full story at cowboystatedaily.com. And how many times have we heard this story in Wyoming? Generational legacy property that's on the auction block, probably bought up by some billionaire or some company from out of state. Well, Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that this story about this ranch is the exact opposite.
Kanye West had listed the Bighorn Ranch It's going back into the hands of the Flittner family. They are just basically putting back together their agricultural operation.
The controversial rapper purchased the nearly 7,000-acre ranch from Flintners in 2019. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday, October 20. Stories we're following today. I love this one about the couple that can talk to animals. We've already had movies about them, right? Dr. Dolittle talked to animals. This couple of naturalists have cracked the code. They're pretty sure that they can at least hear. They can listen to animals. I don't know if the animals listen to them. But they must have spent an enormous amount of time in Yellowstone National Park. George and Jenny talking to animals. Yeah, no kidding. Whiskey. There's a unique whiskey made from an ancient grain. It's emmer, wheat-grown whiskey out of Powell, Wyoming. We'll learn more about that. A rare 1 in 100,000 piebald cow elk spotted. Andrew Rossi has that story. We're going to get haunted Wyoming, visit a few more haunted places, and we got a scary guest on the show today. We have an author of a book that I just read the first chapter, which is, you can read the first chapter on, I think, Barnes & Noble, or on the author's website, really. And it is a different kind of frightening. Ethan Renault is going to be on. He's an author of 11 books. His latest is really spooky. Crum Hill. And it's a different kind of scary. It's not like chainsaw massacres, blood and gore. It's more cerebral scary with some humor thrown in there. I think just to throw you off, to make you feel okay. Oh, but it's what Ethan calls clean horror. You decide what it is. Check out this book. It's really freaky. Ethan Renault will be on the show today with his latest, talking about his latest book, Crum Hill, because after all, it is October, closing in on Halloween. We'll also check out Matt Mossbrucker. He'll be on the show today. Matt, by his own admission, his job, his occupation, his calling is Matt digs up dead things and then shows them to children. Yeah, that's what he does. Matt Mossbrucker will be on the show today. He's the director of the Morrison Museum of Natural History in Colorado. And he knows a thing or two about that Triceratops Gulch project, that dig that's going on that Andrew Rossi's always hanging out at. So we'll talk a little bit of dinosaurs, a little bit of scary monsters. Of course, it's Monday, so we've had a weekend of sports that we got to recap. We'll do that as well. Lot to do on a Monday. Justin George will be on, and we'll talk about those Broncos. Man! Slight chance of rain and or snow in Casper in the early morning, and otherwise sunny by the afternoon. A little windy, 51 the high. Sunny, breezy, 53 in Lander. Evanston, sunny and 46. Rock Springs, sunny, breezy, 47. Pinedale, mostly sunny, breezy, 43 today. Afton, maybe a little bit of snow in the early morning and sunny in the afternoon, but cold, 43 the high. Dubois also a slight chance of early morning snow, then mostly sunny in the afternoon with highs only 41. Cold today. Airware. Jackson, chance of snow early morning, otherwise mostly sunny, 46. Bighorn Basin, sunny, breezy. Highs 54, sunny and breezy in Cody, 51 the high. Buffalo, slight chance of rain, could be some snow mixed in there in the morning, otherwise sunny, breezy, 46. Sheridan, same with highs 51. Gillette, mostly sunny and breezy, 47 the high, and Gillette. Newcastle, you'll top out at 47 with a slight chance of rain in the morning. Mostly sunny, breezy afternoon. Torrington, sunny, breezy, 57 with some wind gusts. 57's the hot spot of the state again. Congrats, Torrington. You always win that one. Wheatland, mostly sunny, breezy, 55. Cheyenne, sunny, windy. Upper 40s, low 40s in Laramie with sunshine. Sunny and windy in Rawlins with high 44. We'll get Don Day live here and ask him how cold we're in the cold. I mean, as we often do, we go from summer to winter with barely a pit stop at autumn. And it this week will be pretty good, but man, I'm looking ahead to the weekend and Sunday and Monday of next week, kind of the same that we had this week. Sunday transitioning into Monday today. Snow on the mountain passes. They closed a few roads in Yellowstone overnight. Hopefully, hoping to get those back open this week as things are looking a lot better this week, Tuesday through Friday, but then just in time for the weekend again, especially Sunday. I mean, if this far out, if you got plans for next weekend, if you've thought about getting out there hunting or doing something on Sunday of next week, looking into next weekend, I might reschedule that idea. Next Sunday looks naughty. Yeah, so this couple thinks they've cracked the code. Oh, the cat's got a mouse in here. Well, you better dispatch it. Take it outside, please. This couple, George Bowman, and his wife, Jenny Golding, we'll just call them George and Jenny. They learned to speak Raven after their move to Buffalo Ranch in Yellowstone National Park's Lamar Valley. They pretty sure that they can identify every call the Raven makes. The Raven, being of the corvid family, same as a crow. In fact, they're very similar. Some people have trouble telling them apart, kind of like the grizzly bear and the black bear. Raven's bigger. Raven's more meat eater than a scavenger like the crow. But they are both very, very smart. And I think we could have guessed that ravens, as well as the whole animal kingdom, has a language unique to them. But what about the raven? Repeating a 3-note call endlessly, especially in the morning. And that got George and Jenny thinking, that must mean something, that 3-note call they're doing. It just went on, George said. And he can mimic the sound, actually. He can also make the raven call. And he's pretty sure that he's heard the differences in what the calls mean, the raven vocabulary. He knows what the raven call is for danger. There's predators in the area. There's, watch out, there's an eagle. They have a special call just for an eagle. Like, look out, eagle flying above. Or they have a special call for dinner time, food found, all kinds of stuff. I'm not surprised that animals can talk to each other, with especially birds with the different calls. You think they're out there just singing for our benefit? Got to be talking to each other, right? Plotting something, perhaps. I want to do a little bit of sports for you, catch you up on high school football. Here's what happened over the weekend. Sheridan extended that record-setting win streak. I don't know if it's the longest currently in the U.S., but it's certainly the longest in Wyoming, and maybe the longest ever. They just, Sheridan won their 51st in a row. But it wasn't easy. Number 2, Campbell County. The Campbells gave them a little bit of trouble early. Sheridan had to turn up the heat later in the game, just like the Denver Broncos. The Sheridan Broncs 28, Campbell County 10, 51 in a row for Sheridan. That clinches them home field advantage. That's in the 4A. Cheyenne East whooped up on Rock Springs 49-3. Number 4 ranked Cheyenne Central 28-7 over Kelly Walsh. And Trona County feasted on Cheyenne South 62-0 in that one. Thunder Basin 28, Laramie 14. Hudson threw for 218 yards, 4 touchdowns. Brewer caught 7 of those passes for 166 yards. 3 of Brewer's catches were TD catches. In the 3A, number 5, Jackson, with their highest offensive output, beat Powell 54-20 on senior night, home in Jackson. Quarterback Grant Johnson joined the 2,000-yard club last Friday night, 2,000 yards passing. Number 1, Star Valley clinches home field advantage through the playoffs with a win over Evanston, 52-14. Second-ranked Cody destroyed Green River right after I was talking up the Wolves. I was thinking Green River would be some kind of upstart, maybe watch out for an upset from Green River. No, Cody, 56-7. Number 3, Riverton, 27-8 over Torrington. Douglas handled Buffalo fairly easily, 41-3. In the 2A, the second-ranked Mountain View, 28 over third-ranked Thermopolis, 21. Close one. Buffaloes win the West Conference, will take the top seed to the playoffs. Congrats, Mountain View. Cokeville over Worland, 41-19. Fourth-ranked Lovell, 48-2 over Kemmer. Top-ranked Bighorn, 55. Tongue River, nothing. Newcastle, 15. Burns, 13. Wheatland, 22-10 over Moorcroft. And Glenrock got past Upton Sundance, 40-13. And those Denver Broncos. I'm not a fan. I think I've made that clear. But I'm not going to get too braggy because my Bills have been playing terrible. Denver, with that win yesterday, that was a pretty exciting win. That was record-setting in comeback galore as the Denver Broncos waited until the final 15 minutes to do any scoring at all, right? At 33 points in the fourth quarter. That's never been done. To beat the Giants 33-32. The Giants didn't do themselves any favor. The G-men, they had many opportunities to put that one away. They just blew it. Giants fall to 2-5 with a loss. Denver is now 5-2. The Broncos, though, at one time down 19-0, waited until the fourth quarter to score all 33 points. They did not look like a team that was going to get there. And all of a sudden, Bo Nix put on the Josh Allen cape and finished the game 27 for 50, 279 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Not the greatest game from Bo, but man, he was Bo when he had to be. Pretty impressive, although Denver's got to be worried with a number 2 ranked defense. They got carved up by the Giants pretty good. I mean, I'd be a little worried about that defense. But the remaining schedule for the Broncos is pretty tough outside of the Oakland Raiders. They get 2 shots at the Raiders. Well, they're Las Vegas now. I cannot ever get used to calling them Las Vegas. They get 2 shots at the Raiders, so there's 2 wins. But Dallas Cowboys next week, that's a regular Sunday afternoon game. That's going to be a tough challenge for the Broncos. Still got Kansas City Chiefs on the schedule, Washington Commanders, Green Bay Packers, the Jags, the Chiefs again. So Chargers, yeah, they got a pretty tough schedule. Strength of schedule has got to be one of the tougher schedules in the NFL. And then our Wyoming Cowboys. Oh, I can't even. What are they doing? I don't like people to lose their job. I hate the idea that people would lose their job over sports. And I'm not going to say head coach, but if Jay Sawvell wants to keep his job, somebody's got to go. And that somebody's got to be the offensive coordinator. Jay Johnson, just not getting it done. You play the worst defense in all of football, in all of college football, worst defense, and you can only manage really 14 points. I mean, 21, there was a last-minute touchdown that didn't mean anything. Basically, for the whole game, you had 2 scores, 2 touchdowns. Worst defense. Just unimaginative play calling. And then that play call down there in the goal line with the quarterback, the QB2 turn tight end who threw the interceptions, Evan Swoboda. Golly. Yeah, that was a hard one. That was bitter. That was a game Wyoming snatched defeat from the jaws of victory there and blew that game with Air Force. Oh, man. It's hard to even go back and talk about that. I can't wait. We'll get Jared Petrino on here midweek. Jared is on Wednesdays and will commiserate. Jared would never call for the firing of anyone, but that offensive coordinator's got to go. We got to take our first break on the Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh,
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
you got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, it's kind of a slow morning for me. Those Mondays following a late night Sunday. I was spinning records, as they say, at the $1 Million Cowboy Bar last night till late into the evening. Oh, those kids had fun, though. For me, I guarantee not one of them out on the dance floor last night is up right now, unless they're still awake. Oh, these Mondays are brutal after that, but it's fun to play songs at a legendary cowboy bar, which is haunted. Speaking of Halloween, somebody ought to do a story about that. Anybody you've talked to who has owned the bar, there's been several owners who has worked at the bar late night upstairs in the offices. There's noise, there's ghosts. That cowboy bar is haunted. Everybody will tell you. Top shelf liquor moves around. Like the bottles move around. It's weird. And we were talking about that couple in Yellowstone that thinks they can speak Raven. Okay. Edgar Allan Poe. Rob wants to know why I'm calling the Raiders Oakland. They're going to be Oakland for me for a long time. It took me a long time just to call the Colts Indianapolis. They're not. Colts are Buffalo. And the new team that moved to the Ravens. Baltimore. Speaking of the Ravens, Baltimore Ravens. Doesn't sound right. No, I can't. I got to do the old names. I can only handle so much change. These sports teams that move around is too much. A group of ravens. We know a group of crows is called a murder. Rob does say on the Facebook, he's like, what? Do you think birds are plotting against us? Yeah. Why do you think we call a group of crows a murder? A group of ravens is called an unkindness or a conspiracy. Well, there you go. You think birds are plotting against us. Why do you think we call a group of ravens a conspiracy? Whenever you see a group of ravens together and you're like, what are they up to? Cackling at each other. Are they plotting something? Maybe I've seen Hitchcock's The Birds too many times. Who was the woman who got all tore up in that one? Oh, Teppy Hedren? Teppy something? That was a good movie, man. The Birds. Tippy Hedren. She got all chewed up by a conspiracy. I think the birds were crows in that movie. If there was ravens, it would have been over a lot quicker. Hitchcock's The Birds. Great movie. 90-minute runtime. Would have been 20-minute runtime if it was ravens. They would have made short work of Tippy Hedren. 1963 release on the Natural horror thriller film. I'm due for a rewatch on that one. That was a good one. Jessica Tandy is in it. Jessica Tandy isn't the one that got chewed up, is it? I thought it was Tippy Hedren. Yeah, Tippy Hedren's film debut. That makes sense because how can you get an actress on board? I mean, it is Hitchcock, and Hitchcock in 1963 was somebody. So if Alfred Hitchcock's people called your people and said, "Do you want to be in this movie I'm making?" Before you even read the script, you'd say, "Oh yeah, I'm in. My client's in." Absolutely, Mr. Hitchcock. But then when you read the script, suddenly your client, Jessica Tandy, has got a few questions. Your client, Suzanne Plachette, has a few questions. I don't get pecked by birds, do I? But Tippy Hedren, that was her film debut. So she doesn't have as much cachet. She doesn't have any clout. She's still looking for her breakthrough role. And Hitchcock comes calling, and you don't care if you have to be bird food. You're ready to do it. I'm in, says Tippy, and then she gets chewed up by a murder of crows. But in terminology you can't make up. I couldn't make up a better word. The common collective nouns, a group of ravens, is known as, in this order of popularity, an unkindness. That's so weird. How? It may stem from the belief that ravens were uncaring parents. Well, how do we get more ravens then if they don't care about their young? I don't know. Or a conspiracy. That term evokes a sense of mystery and unease associated with the raven, which has been around forever. Man has always been a little sketchy around ravens, wolves, deep in our heart of hearts, these are animals that we never trust. We never quite like. An unkindness, a conspiracy, or less common, but also used to describe a group of ravens, a treachery. So yeah, you tell me, are birds plotting against us? When you see a batch of them together and it's called a conspiracy, I think they are plotting against us. But we'd have to get George on board to listen in and see what they're saying. George and his wife, Jenny. They've been living in Buffalo Ranch and Yellowstone National Park's Lamar Valley, and for years studying the raven, and they're pretty sure they can speak raven. They have a pretty good database of raven calling and other animals too, by the way. But George and Jenny have cracked the code, and they now are pretty confident they can speak raven. Here's a photo of them. Check out that story. It's in the Cowboy State Daily, written by our friend David Madison. David will be on later today, and we'll ask him what a group of ravens is called. CNN story out there says, why are you seeing cowboys everywhere? Well, I don't know. Where are you hanging out? Texas, Wyoming, Montana, you'll see cowboys everywhere. CNN blames it on one of the longest lasting deep-seated tropes is going right now, and that's the cowboy and the cowboy hat. Although the photo I see that they used is a Shutterstock photo, and it shows a whole mess of Beyonce fans waiting in line at her concert at London's Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So a London concert of Beyonce, the least likely event to draw cowboys, you would think. And the Shutterstock, there's a photo of again, the loose term cowboys. I'm looking at the people in the photo and I'm like, yeah, not the cowboys we know in Wyoming, but they have cowboy hats on. Okay. And that's fittingly used in this story for CNN that starts off, it's cowboys and they're everywhere, says Emily Keegan. She's a photo director for various magazines. And she said it's more pervasive than I think I've ever seen a trope in recent history. Now, a lot of it, yes, probably has to do with Yellowstone, the popularity of Yellowstone. Just this month in Vogue, on the cover of Vogue, you'll see models Kendall Jenner and Gigi Hadid riding horses at a Wyoming ranch. In this CNN story is named, and they happen to be riding horses at Diamond Cross Ranch, just north of Jackson, Wyoming, the north end of Jackson Hole, Wyoming, in Moran. And they rode horses for this big old Vogue photo shoot, Kendall Jenner, Gigi Hadid. And that was on the cover of Vogue. There's, of course, Beyonce's country album, Cowboy Carter and the Tour. There's Yellowstone. There's Billy Bob Thornton in Landman, one of the most watched TVs. There's just cowboys everywhere, according to CNN. And that's a bad thing? That's a good thing. David Madison will be on later. We'll ask him about this story. Free land in South Dakota, Chamberlain, which is a nice little town, picturesque, perched right on the banks of the Missouri River. near the center of the state. It's going head on, proactively attacking the housing shortage. They have a housing shortage? Really? I guess who doesn't? About 120 miles outside of Sioux Falls, Chamberlain, South Dakota is in the grips of a housing shortage. Wow. I couldn't have guessed that. I know housing everywhere is an issue, but in South Dakota and definitely North Dakota, there's houses for the taking. Building costs are higher because materials have to be hauled in from distant cities, similar to Wyoming. And as David Madison explains, Chamberlain is giving away land for developers who want to build houses. Certain criteria has to be met. They want certain type of housing, but basically free land in Chamberlain, South Dakota for those who want to build housing. And that harkens back to the westward movement when you had free land just for moving west. Yeah, we'll ask David more about that when he pops on. And we're going to get to a few more stories, more grizzlies showing up on the B-Bar Ranch. That's also a David Madison story. And a success story, speaking of real estate, Kanye West. We told you about this last week. And now Renee Jean has sunk her teeth into this story. Kanye West has sold the ranch he bought in Wyoming. Kanye was all about being a Wyoming cowboy because who doesn't want to be from Wyoming? But he gave up that dream. He changes his direction as often as he changes his girlfriends, and he gave up the whole Wyoming thing. The land he bought was part of the old, historic, over 100-year-old Flitner Ranch. Is the land he bought when he came in. He tried to make a sneaker factory and he ran into some stipulations with zoning, ran into zoning problems. And then he just, I think he just tired of being a cowboy. And he has sold that land back to the Flitners. Also, I see BuzzFeed, People Magazine, TMZ, they all reported on it. And they did mention Cowboy State Daily, the story. But they suggest, many of the tabloids suggest that Kanye West is selling his property because he's got money problems. I know he can sure spend money, but I wonder, he sold a big portion of his ranch back to the Flitners. We'll talk about that story when we come back. Thanks for spending your Monday with us, Cowboy State Daily Radio Show.
Looking for a Saturday morning show that's not your typical news talk? Join your buddy Bags, John Baggett, for Cowboy State Daily Radio, where things get a little wild, a little weird, and a whole lot of fun. From 6 to 10 a.m., Bags dives into everything from radio to rodeo, teachers to preachers, music to media, sports to the supernatural. You'll hear interviews with newsmakers, entertainers, experts, and maybe even a few oddballs. It's less politics, more personality, sometimes serious, sometimes silly, always interesting. Text, call, or email your thoughts live at 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the show live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X. And if you sleep in, no worries. You can listen anytime on the Cowboy State Daily Radio archives. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily stories on Facebook that are resonating with the readers. This one, you could have guessed, is popular with readers and drinkers. A unique whiskey made from an ancient grain called Emmer makes its debut. It's a product of a unique partnership between the University of Wyoming and some Colorado outfit. But a lot of people like this story, getting a lot of engagement on the Cowboy State Daily Facebook page. The ancient grain is what the rest of the world calls farro. That's what it's known as in Italy and Turkey and Greece. Emmer wheat is one of the oldest grains known to man, cultivated as far back as 12,000 years ago in Turkey and Greece. It's the precursor to bread and pasta wheats. It's little grown anymore, really, save in Italy, where it's commonly known as farro. But here's this new Wyoming product comes along, and it's resurrecting this obscure grain, making it popular again. Family farmers in Wyoming and the Rocky Mountain West can see it as a high-value, premium cash crop, especially if you can grow some Emmer wheat and then sell it to dry land distillers, where they will create this one-of-a-kind, unique whiskey. The University of Wyoming's has teamed up with a Longmont, Colorado company called Dry Land Distillers, creating a whiskey made entirely 100% from Emmer wheat. And the wheat is all grown in Wyoming, a lot of it up near the Powell area. That's what makes it whiskey, by the way, the fact that it's made from wheat and no corn, as opposed to bourbon. Bourbon and whiskey, often you'll hear the terms interchanged, and one is the other, and the other is one. Bourbon is whiskey, whiskey is bourbon, but not technically. A bourbon, bourbon by law has to be 51% or more corn. So that's the distinction for bourbon. So to be a whiskey, being emmer being 100% of the ingredients in this mash here. Nels Rowe with Dryland Distillers is the guy behind, the creator behind this unique emmer whiskey that when did it release? I think it's available now. Rowe has Wyoming roots himself. He grew up in Douglas and in Jackson. He's got family up in the Powell area where they do grow their emmer wheat. He said, my mom lives in Powell where this grain is grown. So there's a really strong connection to place for me. My in-laws up in Sheridan. He's a graduate of UW, by the way. Rowe became interested in these ancient grains like emmer when he first began exploring craft distilling. He interviewed several startup craft distilleries, including Wyoming Whiskey, and learned a few things and then made his decision to create a whiskey made entirely from emmer wheat grown in Wyoming. He said what it gives you is it's neat on its own, a rich, silky, complex, single-grain whiskey. Find it today. The story is doing really well on the Cowboy State Daily Facebook page. Let's make an early visit to Wyoming Game and Fish and see what Ray Hageman is up to in the sports. What do they call it? The Sportsman Minute? I always forget what the name of that show is called, but it is your Game and Fish, hard at work, where all the game wardens are busy out there in the field checking on hunters. Wyoming Game and Fish moment.
Photographers, the Wyoming Wildlife Photo Contest is underway. Details next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. Stay tuned. Photographers of all ages and skill levels can have their work published in Wyoming Wildlife Magazine as part of the magazine's annual photo contest, which is now accepting submissions. Contest rules and how to submit photos can be found on the contest entry page on the Wyoming Game and Fish website. Entries must be submitted before midnight, November 17th. Winning entries will be published in the February 2026 issue of the magazine. The grand prize winner for the best overall photo receives $600 donated by this year's contest sponsor, the Wildlife Fund. Prizes also are given to first, second, and third places, as well as honorable mention recognition in 4 categories. Wildlife, that's wild mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, fish, and arthropods. Priority will be given to species managed by the Wyoming Game and Fish. Scenic, that's landmarks, scenery, or inanimate objects are prominent. In the category of recreation, that's people enjoying the outdoors through hunting, fishing, hiking, backpacking, so on. Priority will be given to those activities that contribute to the Wyoming Game and Fish's mission of conserving wildlife serving people. And the last category is flora, wildflowers, foliage, fruiting bodies, or other parts of plants. Wyoming Wildlife Editor Tracy Binkard says the photo contest provides a great opportunity for photographers of all skill levels to submit their work to Wyoming Wildlife Magazine. She says each year the judges are blown away by the phenomenal photos captured from all over the state of Wyoming. Contestants can submit up to 10 photos across all 4 categories. The photos must have been taken in Wyoming and cannot have been previously printed or taken on assignment for Wyoming Wildlife. If you have any questions, contact Patrick Owen, the Game and Fish Photo Contest Coordinator and Wyoming Wildlife Creative Director. His email is patrick.owen@wyo.gov. Wyoming Wildlife is published 12 times a year for anglers, hunters, and wildlife enthusiasts. Its pages are full of the wild things and wild places that make Wyoming incomparable. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, brought to you by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
I'm so happy for this guy. This is one of the few, all too few success stories about someone who has been incarcerated in the big house, and upon their release, turned their life around and made good. Cheyenne Barber, a Cheyenne Barber, Gilbert Lucas, isn't shy about sharing his story. The Cheyenne Barber says it's one that he himself doesn't believe at times, and it chronicles how he went from being in prison to being a, what he says, real person. Good for you, Gilbert. Gilbert Lucas's life was going so well in early 2024 when he opened his Cheyenne Barber Shop that he was afraid to speak his dreams out loud and jinx it all. He said, when we were opening up, I was afraid to speak because anything I said was happening. What he means is if he said it, it materialized. So there must have been somebody working on Gilbert's behalf, and he was afraid to test the genie too hard. He thought about and spoke out loud, well, I'd love to be able to open up my own barbershop. This is the guy who just, he got out of prison. He said he thought, I'd like to be able to open and then the doors opened, and somehow he had an opportunity to open up his barbershop on Randall Avenue right there in Cheyenne. He said, anything I requested in the world just showed up with a little ribbon on it. And finally, things going good for Lucas. Lucas had been a criminal, went to prison, becoming, and now has become sort of a well-known barber in Cheyenne. Gilbert Lucas, this story resonating with our readers, Cowboy State Daily. Jackson Walker has the story. Jackson must have been getting his hair cut at that shop. We'll ask him. Jackson's on today, a little later in the show. He's always on Mondays. We'll see if Jackson was in the barber chair. But yeah, good success story for Lucas. He got nabbed in Casper. I think he was robbing a cash register. Yeah, he said he and a friend got together to rob a cash register at Taco Time in Casper, where he worked. Oh, man. That's not a good look, Lucas. He fled across the country, Washington to California to Idaho, managed to evade detection until he was finally pulled over in Washington for failing to use his turn signal. He was arrested, shipped back to Wyoming, and did a stint in the joint. A potential sentence of 15 to 25 years, but he did get out, and he is now made good. That's so cool. Happy for Gilbert Lucas, who is cutting hair at his own barbershop in Cheyenne. Pretty good success story. Andrew Rossi's story about the rare 1 in 100,000 rare piebald cow elk spotted near Cody. The piebald is a reference to animals that have these white splotches. It's sort of albino, but not really. It's not an albino gene. It's just a uniquely piebald. And this one cow elk is very piebald, almost completely white. Pretty unusual, pretty rare. If you look at the legs in this photo, if you go to the story from Andrew Rossi, the legs have more of that spotted white, but the body of this elk is almost all white. Powell resident Michael Moore spotted it up South Fork of the Shoshone River east of Cody. He was looking for an elk, not hunting, just out there looking for elk. He said, every year there's a bunch of elk on the J Bar 9 ranch right off the highway. I always look at the elk when they're in rut. And he found a herd of elk right where he expected them to be. But then he did a double take. He said one elk stood out. It was far above the others. And I took a look at it. I got it closer with my zoom lens and saw it was one of those piebald elk. Definitely worth the drive, said Michael Moore, whose photo he shared with the Cowboy State Daily. And it's pretty cool. You don't see a piebald elk every day. Pretty neat looking. That'll wrap us up here in hour 1 of the Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. You're enjoying us probably on Facebook Live, X Live, YouTube maybe. We're in all those socials. We're also on the home webpage, cowboystatedaily.com. You can hear us syndicated throughout the state on radio stations near you, and then run it back on demand when you're ready, wherever you find, listen to, and download your favorite podcast. Top of the hour news next. See you on the other side.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Cheyenne resident Gilbert Lucas spent some time in prison for robbery, but as Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports, prison didn't define him. It changed his life for the better.
Throughout that process of being incarcerated, he kind of learned to see the world in a different way and do what he called leading with love instead of with fear. Now, Lucas went on to open his own barbershop here in Cheyenne, where he started cutting hair under a subscription model, which allowed him to free up some of his time throughout the day to spend on some other philanthropic activities.
Lucas tells Cowboy State Daily that even though he's become a nationally recognized barber and even having his name inscribed on statues in Cheyenne, prison taught him how to lead with love and look for the beauty in life. The Tom Miner Basin on the edge of Yellowstone National Park in Montana isn't just beautiful, it's also home to a concentrated grizzly bear community. So how does a successful beef ranch coexist with one of the densest populations of grizzlies in the U.S.? Cowboy State Daily's David Madison says it's a balance.
The B-Bar organic beef operation has had to find a way to work in harmony. Don't put cattle in places where you know there's going to be immediate conflict.
Every October, bear lovers flock to B-Bar Ranch to catch a glimpse of the many grizzlies feasting on caraway root. Each day in the month of October, Cowboy State Daily runs a ghost story. This time, Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy has 3 spooky tales that all have one thing in common, besides being scary.
We're looking at 3 different stories where trees were the center of the haunting. And each one, a violent murder happened beneath the trees, and the echo still remains. Our first story, it was all about the coon dogs who were frightened of this tree and refused to hunt any longer. The hunters took tail as well. The second story, we have an apple where the blood, they say, was from skin to core, mysteriously under the same tree where a peddler had been found with his throat gashed. And our third and final story, it is one that many are familiar with, Cattle Kate. She was hanged in a limber pine, and this limber pine, according to local author Sam Leitner, causes your technology to act up. It's eerie, it's strange, but these are all accounts that are recorded in our Wyoming newspapers.
Leitner says he experienced technical difficulties with his drone and other mishaps that he could not explain. Attempting to film a documentary, he said it quickly became apparent to him that the ghost did not want that video created. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans. So go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
A naturalist has made an incredible discovery about birds in Yellowstone National Park, specifically ravens. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that scientist George Booman and his wife cracked the code, learning the language that ravens use for everything from predator warnings to where they can find something to eat.
Fascinating insights into our relationship and how sound really governs activity out in the natural world, where a raven can call and not only alert other ravens, but alert all kinds of other species that an eagles in the area.
Booman says this type of language isn't just confined to ravens. Other animals communicate with calls and sounds as well. In her 2016 memoir, North of Crazy, Nelchi Doubleday Kings chronicles her decision to leave a life of privileged aristocracy for a more authentic life here in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Wendy Core reports that Nelchi gifted her ranch on Lower Piney Creek near Banner, Wyoming, to the University of Wyoming, and her legacy is benefiting many.
Anybody with the association with the University of Wyoming has this space to be creative that can be had there at the Nelchi Center. That's why the Collegiate Chorale and the orchestra and the jazz band were able to go there in mid-September and make this amazing performance.
Now, along the way, the publishing heiress recreated herself as a painter, rancher, businesswoman, and mother while creating a platform for other artists to find their voices. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My mom and dad were traditional Asian parents.
Now, my father would go to work before I woke up in the morning, and then he would come home too tired to play with me. I tell my son, I love you every single day.
I love you.
Now, my dad has never said that to me. Not because he doesn't love me, but because culturally it wasn't comfortable for him. So I teased him the other day and I said, how come you never say that to me? And he said, you're too old now. Now that he's a grandfather, he says, I love you to my son every time he sees him. My advice to all the fathers out there, forget the material things, forget the cultural restrictions. They grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious minute or moment.
Say bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Monday. And we'll get to this day in history in a moment. Right now, though, I urge you to get outside and see those fall colors. Maybe not right away. It's kind of dark out still, but fall colors probably past peak around the state of Wyoming, and probably your last chance to get a look at some glorious colors. I think this week would be a good time for that. By the weekend, I'm afraid a lot of leaves are going to hit the deck, man. We got some weather coming. It's been windy, and then you add rain and snow this weekend. I think Saturday night into Sunday and into Monday. Oh, we'll talk to Don Day in a moment. He'll be on here in a bit, but the day weather forecast for next weekend looks wintry. So I think fall colors probably your last chance. Lander resident Rose Vowles got a great shot the other day. Fall foliage at its peak in Sinks Canyon. Beautiful, Rose. I'll share it with the video product of this radio show podcast. Jump on the interwebs when you get a chance and look at Andrew Rossi's story about the fall colors, Sinks Canyon. Lander photographer captures striking aspen leaf fall in Sinks Canyon. Aspens predominantly is the feature color in Wyoming when you're talking about fall foliage. Unlike, Vermont or back east where you got some maples, you got reds and purples, you got a pretty impressive fall colors back east for sure. And I always think of Vermont as being the best. But Wyoming has plenty of gold, plenty of yeller. Those aspen trees, they look so good right now. And a great photograph. It looks kind of like a waterfall of aspen. In fact, that's what Rose said. Rose said instead of a waterfall, it was a leaf fall. I always stop at that one little spot to see my tree, she said. But this year, all the other trees were visible and colorful, just so interesting. And Rose got the shot of the fall. Now, she took this back on October 5th. And that was kind of peak. As I said, we're after peak. If you want to get it, you better get it now, this week. But aspen, the aspen trees in Wyoming, uniquely Wyoming. Aspen are a very unique tree in North America. A grove of aspen, for instance, is not a collection of trees, but it's rather a single living system. It's a collection of clones all grown from a single seed and root system. In that way, an aspen grove is considered the largest terrestrial organism on the planet because they're all together whenever you see a grove. You know, a murder of aspen trees, a conspiracy of aspen trees. What do you call a group of aspen? You call it just one. It's singular. It's single. And it's really neat how they work together. Scientists have done studies on aspen trees where I know they've fenced off, the aspen tree has a predator, so to speak, and that's the elk. When elk are starving, when there's too many elk and we get our long winters, elk, really one of their only food sources they have left is they start eating trees. Elk get pretty desperate. And when there's an overpopulation of elk, as there was before the reintroduction of wolves, there was a lot of elk in many places in Wyoming. And in the winter, they would take to eating the bark off aspen trees, and that wasn't good for them. They would eventually kill them. So scientists did this study, and they fenced off sections of aspen, a portion of an aspen grove, which, as we just said, is a single living thing. Whenever you see, 80 aspen trees over there, they're all one living thing. So they fenced off, let's say, 20 of those 80 trees in a section. And they found, of course, that 20 trees did pretty well because elk weren't able to get to them and eat them. But they also found marked improvement in the other 60 trees of the 80 tree grove. And that was because the healthy trees shared their resources, shared water, let water pass them by in the root system. They said, our friends are struggling over there. And again, it's not their friends. It's like a part of my body needs this water. It's just like you or I saying, my left arm isn't doing so well. I'm gonna put it in a sling and help it heal it. It's just incredible. It's why you see parts of aspen groves fenced off. It's because those super healthy aspen that aren't eaten by elk or any other animal are super healthy, and they actually share the wealth. They help the rest of the trees. It's just fascinating how aspen work together. And a great shot. All this to say, Rose, that's a beautiful photograph in Sinks Canyon. Love it. Well, a lot of townspeople across the state had to be informed as to what was No Kings Rally last week. There were some No Kings Rally protests in Wyoming, particularly Albany County and Teton County, where you have a better chance of finding a Democrat or two. Not that this is a political thing, but it pretty much is. It's an anti-Trump protest. It's No Kings Rally. No Kings protests were held across the country Saturday. Some better attended than others. The one in Boston, I saw a media outlet in Boston was outed for using an old photograph of the earlier No Kings rally. This is not the first time we've had one. They had one a few months back, and it was well attended at this one place in Boston. And then this time around, not as much. So they used the old photo when they packed the No Kings rally, and they were called out on it. Somebody noticed that. They're like, no, that's an old photo, man. This recent No Kings rally wasn't nearly that big or popular. Greg Johnson, Jackson Walker, Cowboy State Daily got out there and looked around for anybody who might have had plans to go to a No Kings rally. For the most part, what Cowboy State reporters found was a lot of residents didn't know what it was. They said they were not aware of even the nature of it. And those that were or once informed had not made plans to get out to the No Kings rally anywhere in Wyoming for Saturday. In fact, Twyla Barnett, co-owner of Legends Bar and Grill on Main Street in Lusk, said, No Kings? What's that? And she's among many. When her memory was jogged when she Googled No Kings during the interview, and once she saw what it was, she had a big hearty laugh. That's because Wyoming, by percentage, has supported President Trump more than any state since 2016, really. And in Niobrara County, residents gave the president a little bit more than 90% of their votes in this past elections. It's probably why a No Kings effort in Niobrara doesn't go over really well. Shauna Glendy, the other co-owner of Legends, said, I don't think it would be well received here, but if that makes them happy, why not? They have the right. The First Amendment is good for everyone. No Kings took place on Saturday. Did you see any evidence of it? I noticed it didn't seem to be as big across the country as the earlier one, the first one. And all of this to protest President Trump's the perception that he's crowned himself king of the United States. There's been some decisions, some things President Trump has done that do seem kind of king-like. But that's just a guy taking charge, man. That's just a president getting shiz done. GSD. I want to also talk about, before Don Day gets here, this new invention, a human washing machine. They're selling some of these. You'll find them at some of your finer lodging places in mostly Japan. I think that's where they're made. They're incredibly expensive. They were featured in a recent expo that featured new scientific inventions, new innovative science technology, this expo in Japan. And this one, called Human Washer of the Future, is basically a pod that you get inside, and it has 90-something, I think, jet sprays and soap, of course. And there's no need to scrub yourself or do one of those loofah brushes on your back, sponge. This machine does it all. This huge gadget will start appearing in hotels around the country of Japan soon. Six units were ordered at the expo itself when hotels and other leisure facilities purchase those. One of them you can find in the city of Osaka. But the human washing machine rinses your whole body in this giant pod. And while you're in there, by the way, you're entertained. You can watch movies on the screen, waterproof screen, I would imagine. And as this pod shoots into every orifice and cleans you. Yeah, it's like a car wash, really, for humans. I like it. I would try it, probably, just for the heck of it, because sometimes showering is, I just want to stand there in the shower. I don't really want to do any work. Just let the hot water wash. So maybe a pod would be good for me. I don't see anywhere where they show the price, but apparently it's very expensive, as you could probably imagine. We'll see if Don Day is ready to order one of these fancy human washing machine pods. I think a guy like Don would enjoy something like that. He certainly has the means. I mean, Don Day makes a lot of money forecasting weather. Don, what do you think? You're going to buy one of these Japanese human washing machines?
Did you say make a lot of money?
Yeah, I might have.
So you need to catch me up on the Japanese washing machine thing.
It's like this big pod. You get in it, and it just shoots soap at you and then shoots water at you. And while you're in there, you just lay back and watch a movie, and it cleans like every inch of you.
Wow. No, I'm interested now. That sounds great.
Next time you're in Osaka, Japan, see if some of the finer hotels. I don't know if these are the kind of places you're staying in, but yeah, these 5-star hotels, check out. Just ask if they have a human washing machine of the future.
I will do that.
Yeah. Beautiful photo Rose took of Sinks Canyon in the fall colors. She snapped it on October 5th. This is now 2 weeks later. I think we've passed peak with fall colors. And if you have any last chance of seeing fall colors, you better get out there this week. It looks like a pretty nice week. But I peeked ahead to the weekend, Don, and whoa, old man winter is coming. What's happening?
Yeah, so today it's going to just be a Monday. It's going to be raw, windy, and chilly with that front that came in late yesterday and last night. But to your point, tomorrow through Friday looks really quite good. I mean, we've got a little system in Colorado that may produce some clouds and showers near the border on Thursday, but 90% of the state tomorrow through Friday is going to really have some nice autumn weather. We do have this change coming this weekend. This is going to be especially true in Wyoming's mountains as we get into Saturday night and Sunday and Monday. Very powerful Pacific jet stream winds are going to come into the region. And there's going to be a lot of weather with this front from the Pacific Northwest, Northern California through the high plains and Rockies. However, we're getting ahead of ourselves, Jake. In the meantime, let's enjoy Tuesday through Friday because it really will be nice.
Yeah, let's. What about our neighbors? I was watching. Did you see that Denver Bronco game? Holy cow!
I listened to that game. I prefer to. I'm weird, but I prefer to listen to games as opposed to watching them. And listening to it was just, my goodness, wow, it was awesome.
So you must have heard what's his face who was on what's his face's show the other day. Don't you love my detailed?
What's his face? Yeah, I know who you're talking about. What's his face? That guy.
Bags' show the other day had Schimmel. Jerry Schimmel, is that his name?
Yeah, Jerry Schimmel. Yes,
he's so good. You're right. Sometimes, the radio guys are always homers, so they're gonna give you the Denver side of it, and they're gonna get super excited when the Broncos scored 33 points in the fourth quarter. But I noticed it was like 75 and sunny in Denver yesterday, something like that. What are our neighbors? The Utah ski resorts, Colorado ski resorts? Are they
No, yeah. I mean, you don't be fooled by that because this yin and yang, this back and forth is happening in Denver too. I mean, there's actually quite a bit of snow on the ground in the central and northern mountains of Colorado. And northern Utah's mountains are picking up some snow as well. And I tell you this, I checked the snowpack in the Powder River drainage in the Bighorns. It's 400% of average. So October's been a pretty snowy month for the most part in most of the mountain ranges. But you have this back and forth that you get this time of year because Denver will be 25 degrees colder today than yesterday. So it's not like Denver's just staying in the mid 70s. They're going through the ups and downs. But remember, they're far enough south, just far enough south, that the pendulum is not swinging as much for them, but it's still there as well.
Yeah, unsettled fall weather. And October, yes, is off, I think, to a snowy start. That's good news. I can remember like going right up to Halloween. That's the cutoff, as we've discussed, where it was just beautiful, like 60s and gorgeous. But this October feels snowier. Feels like an earlier winter coming.
Well, it's been in October to where I would say it's been more typical. If we rewind and go back, last October was warm and dry. I mean, we really had very little wintry weather in October a year ago. So this one's been a little bit, I would say, closer to what we would expect October to be.
Yeah.
And all indications suggest November is going to be a cold month. So enjoy this 4-day period that we've got coming up. You had brought up one morning, it was like that Indian summer weather to where we get that nice little stretch of October weather. I think this is it.
Yeah, this week.
Coming up this week.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah, see, my whole weather almanac is very short, like everybody else. Last October is all I can remember. So I say, our Octobers are usually great. They're mild and warm. It's the only one I remember is that last one that was a bonus October.
You know what you need? You need a good soaking in one of those Japanese machines, whatever it does.
Perhaps. All right, Don, have a good Monday. Day weather forecast. Yeah, I might have to clean out the pipes or something. I don't know. We got to take a break. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake, serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit, stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. Yeah! I thought you were on my team. Wait,
Let's take a look at this day in history. This day, October 20th, the Louisiana Purchase was ratified on this day, 1803. And besides all the incredibly hard to believe things regarding the Lewis and Clark expedition, I mean, when you think about the Corps of Discovery expedition that took place, Lewis and Clark, the amount of time they were out, May 14th, 1804 until September 23rd, 1806, a duration of 862 days, did not lose a man or a woman. They had Sacagawea in tow. In fact, they gained one. She gave birth. That's just amazing. This was country not known to many. I mean, fur trappers, the natives that were already there. There were several tribes that knew the country. There was probably some French Canadian trappers that knew the country, but for the most part, Washington, D.C., the United States, they didn't know what was out there. And they sent the Corps of Discovery. Just amazing. Meriwether Lewis, William Clark made the trip to the coast and back safely without getting scalped, without getting sick. I mean, they did get sick. But that is a remarkable achievement in history, but equally remarkable is how fast they put this together. When you think about October 20th, 1803 is when the Louisiana Purchase was ratified. Now, obviously, it was being discussed, a little haggling going on about how much it would cost. U.S. buys this Louisiana territory, which was basically kind of all the land west of the Mississippi, but we didn't even know what was out there west of the Mississippi. France technically owned the land, and it went, it stretched from west of the Mississippi to wherever. It sort of stopped wherever it came into Spanish territory. Spanish owned parts of California, Nevada, New Mexico, Utah, Texas, all that. So wherever it butted up against Spanish owned, but again, ownership was probably, fuzzy. I mean, Spain was way the heck over there. France was way over there. How could they really own these new chunks of land in the New World? Not very well. And they certainly couldn't defend them very well. So I think France did the smart thing. They're like, look, we can barely hang on to France. We're at war constantly with England and Spain. Let's sell this chunk of new land to the new United States. They can have it. We don't even know what's there. It's all Indian country. Yeah, you can have it. And it extended until it hit Spanish territory in those states I mentioned. And then it extended up into the Northwest U.S. where nobody claimed to have ownership up there. Sort of somewhere in Montana is where the Louisiana purchased the land. The acreage sort of ceased up there in the Marias River. What Blackfeet is shown as Nez Perce. So considering that 1803, this day, Louisiana Purchase is ratified, and by spring of the following year, Corps of Discovery was dispatched. That's federal government working faster than it ever has. Fast forward to today, and federal government can't even function. We're currently in day 20 of a shutdown. But back then, 6 months, and they had a core discovery outfitted and on the way to see what it is the U.S. bought. Amazing. Oil was discovered this day near Douglas, 1889. Weather events on this day, October 20th. Don Day and I were just talking about how last year we enjoyed a really mild, dry, warm October. It was beautiful for almost a whole month. Right up until Halloween when the kids got to go trick-or-treating, then it turned vicious. This year looks like going to be one of those Octobers like that they had in 1906. Southeast Wyoming was hit by a 3-day blizzard beginning this day in 1906. That's not the only time weather hit Wyoming. We'll see in 1958, Northeast Wyoming and Southeast Montana hit by a severe blizzard beginning this day, October 20th. October 20th, 1913, the Burlington Northern arrived in Casper. Choo-choo. 1917, this day, Louis Senton was murdered near Leo, Wyoming. This is a really interesting history story that maybe Jackie Dorothy should sink her teeth into. Louis was found murdered in his home. It resulted in the arrest of his nearest neighbor, John Liebig. He was the only one to witness the death and therefore was accused of murder. The accusations against Liebig seem to have been motivated, at least in part, to his being German, his German origin. Semton had just purchased the ranch after a long effort to do so, and thoughts were that Liebig, the German, wished him gone and killed him. He was railroaded into prison. I think he did only 1 year, and President Wilson commuted his sentence, probably acknowledging the fact that Liebig got railroaded. He was stripped of his citizenship, and then it was restored in 1922. Liebig was also, I think, only the second Wyoming man sent to federal prison for violation of the Espionage and Sedition Acts. Interesting guy, German-American John Liebig. He would ultimately relocate to Colorado after being released from federal penitentiary in Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. This day in 2009, Clifford Hansen died. Former governor of Wyoming, senator from Wyoming, 2009, Cliff Hansen died on this day. All these things happen on this day in history, October 20. Let's see what they're doing over there at the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Good to have you along. Today, a third-generation team roper who just qualified for his 4th National Finals rodeo. We talked to him down in Brazil. Trey Yates of Pueblo, Colorado, joins us on the Roadshow. We talk about what's going on down in Brazil with him. Trey Yates on the Roadshow, coming up next.
Are you new to targeted grazing and want to start or even grow your grazing service? Then Targeted Grazing 101, Starting and Sustaining a Grazing Service Enterprise, is the practical guide you need. This how-to book draws on interviews with over 30 experienced grazers to help you succeed. And it's available as either a paperback or USB with discounts for bulk orders. Order today at sheepusa.org and start making the most of targeted grazing.
This is Rachel Gable at Western Ag Network. Ag news can be heavy, and making a living in this industry can really be challenging. We understand. If you or someone you know needs a mental health resource, the Agri-Stress Helpline has trained folks answering calls and texts to 833-897-2474. We're proud you turned to us for your ag news, and we want to remind you just how valuable you are. Be careful, and don't forget to check your cows, check your fields, and check your neighbors.
Rodeo Road Show today, and I joke at rodeos that I'm president of this guy's fan club, because I am, dang it. He is just qualified for his 4th National Finals Rodeo. He's from Pueblo, Colorado, and he's talking to us today from Brazil, the great Trey Yates. And Trey, thank you. What's going on down in Brazil?
Well, about 15 years ago, my dad became partners on a horse training business here with a guy named Rafael Poliello, and it's Rafael's a really good hand, and they've made a great business out of it. And I got to come down here about 12 years ago, and then I took about a 10-year break, and last year started coming back, and it's just a trip I look forward to every year. Get to ride some good horses and a lot of nice people down here, and nice horses and a lot of talent. So it's a lot of fun to come over. It's a trip I look forward to every year.
Oh, my gosh. I had no idea. Do you do a little roping down there?
Oh, yeah, we rope a lot. Yeah, there's these horse shows are big, and the jackpot team roping's big. There's a lot of guys that can really rope down here, and they're just so warming. It's just a fun environment.
We'll talk to Trey tomorrow about how it came down to the final weekend to determine a National Finals Rodeo spot for him. That's tomorrow on The Road Show on the Western Ag Network. I'm Will Rasmussen.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
Seriously, no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
It's Monday, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, so that means Walker, Texas Ranger joins us. Jackson Walker's here.
That's me.
You look like you got your hair cut, and I bet I know where.
Yeah. My new favorite barber in town here in Cheyenne. He's actually leaving though, which is such a shame.
No, dude.
I know. So there's not going to be many more haircuts going around, but yeah, still a really cool opportunity to go check this guy out.
Yeah, I love his story. There's not too many turnaround stories. Usually when you do time in the joint, you come out, just go right back in. I mean, this guy turned himself around, turned his life around, and I'm happy for him. Gilbert Lucas, tell me about him.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he wanted. So Gilbert Lucas, he's the owner of a barbershop here in Cheyenne, and I got to learn his story, which is just so fascinating and so inspiring, honestly. So this was an individual who a long time ago lived a life of crime. He robbed the cash register at the place that he was employed at, and ever since then was kind of involved in the prison system, got sent around to different facilities throughout Wyoming and throughout kind of the western U.S. here. And when he got out of jail, he actually wanted to go back. One of the quotes that I got in my piece that I think was so cool was he described looking at the stars for the first time and throwing up from the sensory overload of seeing that. But since being incarcerated, he went on to live a really inspiring life. He was awarded a challenge coin by the mayor of Cheyenne. He has his name on multiple statues here in town, and he's been working with local youth groups and advocacy organizations and trying to better the community. And just such an awesome guy. If anybody gets the chance to meet him in person, I highly recommend, because he's just so much fun. He's so cool.
And you have to be. You got to be like engaging like that to be a barber. That's part of it, is the chatting things up and but he's really good at what he does. Why is he so famous? Is he that good? He's on statues. He's known nationally.
Mm-hmm.
Like how? Like,
well, one of the skills that he picked up while he was in prison was how to braid hair, and that sort of led him down this path of cosmetics and wanting to kind of cut hair and stuff like that. And so he learned when coming out of prison, he joined a haircut place, a salon here in Cheyenne, and that led him eventually to distinguish himself as one of the better stylists there. And he actually went on to these national competitions. So Lucas was representing Wyoming in places like Las Vegas and New Jersey and competitions all across the country. And he described it as really nerve-wracking because there's thousands of people in the audience watching you as you're cutting up this stranger. And I don't think he ever won the competitions, but it was still really cool to see, that national recognition.
Interesting. Yeah, so obviously I am in dire need of visiting Lucas on Randall Avenue. Is there time to book a chair with him, or is he out the door already? Where's he going?
He's going to Alaska. He's searching for fame and fortune out in the world. And he said one of the reasons he's trying to do this is to make up for lost time while he was in prison. He said that someday he dreams of being a father and wants to just kind of have a very wide, kind of tool belt of life skills that he can use. And one of the reasons he said that he's making such a crazy jump like this is because of this sort of safety net he's cultivated here in Wyoming. He told me, he feels as though he's never going to be away from Wyoming entirely. His heart is always going to be here. He's always going to be coming back to see some of his favorite people. And he also told me that who knows, if life doesn't go his way and maybe he has to come back here, he already has an established client base that needs a bunch of haircuts.
Yeah, Gil, you'll be back, but I can understand how you try to compact the rest of your life on the outside, and you want to go see everything, do everything. So I get it, man. Just knock them off your bucket list, do everything you got to do, and then get back to Wyoming, because I need a haircut really bad.
Yeah, you do.
Laramie County, when we last left you, we didn't know how it would shake out. Laramie County Republicans had to choose between a fundraiser and the Charlie Kirk deal. Looks like most of them chose the Charlie Kirk event.
Not necessarily. I
Oh,
mean, looks are a little deceiving. You probably saw some of the photos I took from those events, and
yeah.
certainly one of them appears maybe more packed than the other. But I would argue that there's about similar attendance at both events, but one of the rooms was just way smaller. So people were a lot more condensed together. But yeah, the two conflicting events, those took place on October 17th on Friday, and we were sort of wondering which lawmakers were going to choose to go to which events and how would they decide. And it seemed as though there were a good amount of people that went to both because they were on either side of Cheyenne and they started within a half hour of one another. But even then, you could still drive across town and make it maybe just a little late to the second event. So that's what I think a good amount of people did. And it was a really cool night, to see all of these tributes to kind of patriotism, and especially Charlie Kirk was recognized at both events for his kind of contributions to politics and to discourse in this country. And it was just a really cool thing to see all these lawmakers gather together and kind of rally around this cause.
Nice. Not so nice. This animal hoarder dude, Jackson, you've been following this story. I want to say the dude has his heart in the right place. Like he wants to care for animals, but then one animal becomes 2, becomes 20, becomes over 100. Michael, what are you thinking? Apparently, the conditions, as you can imagine, you can't keep over 100 animals in your house without, oh boy, hazmat suits going in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and some pretty hazardous conditions for those animals. We'll keep it light here for our morning audience. Not going to get into details, but needless to say, we uncovered some court documents that showed some pretty terrible conditions for these animals. And yeah, this alleged hoarder, is being worked through the court system now, trying to find out the answers to this problem. And the biggest pressing issue at the moment is who has custody of those animals, because right now they are in the Cheyenne Animal Shelter being cared for. But shelter officials tell me that they're a little concerned because while these animals are improving, given the conditions that they came from, there's actually sort of a maximum point where they will actually sort of start to deteriorate in their health, just because a shelter is not a good place for an animal to be. So right now what the courts are doing is trying to get this alleged hoarder to surrender those animals over to the shelter, at which point they will be adoptable. And then the shelter is going to try to get them out into the community, into the homes of loving families who will hopefully help them readjust to the world outside of some of these terrible conditions.
Yeah, and the people at the shelter said that some of these, like a lot of these animals, have never been socialized. They don't even know how to walk on a leash. Like they don't know the basics 101. And they're not going to learn just being in a cage 24/7. So yeah, they need to be adopted, but are they adoptable? Hopefully we find new homes, rehome some of these animals. But it all comes down to Michael O'Hearn saying, yeah, I'll surrender the animals, which should be, come on, dude, make it part of this. It sounds like the judge is an animal lover. Every animal they found dead in there was a count of whatever the charge, like 22 of them. So they're looking to throw the book at Michael O'Hearn. Maybe you make a deal. You say, we only throw half the book at you. If you got to give up these animals, come on. And then someone has got to cover the cost of this. I don't know if O'Hearn's got $325,000, but that I was seeing those numbers as being the estimated cost to the shelter of taking on all these animals.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. There is a ton of money involved in this case. So I was there last week when a judge set his bond at $100,000. That's because, as you said, he was charged with 22 felony counts, one for each of the dead animals they found on his property. And of course, there's also, the fees for taking care of those animals, which some lawyers are trying to get him to pay. They're trying to add an extra restitution cost of up to $350,000. So, that's already $450,000. We're approaching, $500,000 here for this case. It goes to show, that lawmakers are taking this really seriously, and people are not going to allow this to slide, especially because in the past, O'Hearn was actually cited for some animal abuse issues, but was never really criminalized for it.
Yeah, that kind of stuff, it just makes my blood boil when people abuse animals. Like, torture or treat them unkind. I don't think O'Hearn here, allegedly was like hurting his animals, torturing them, but he was just he obviously couldn't care for that many. He couldn't feed that many. And, in effect, it becomes a torturous life for an animal. That's just, I hate stuff like that.
And Cheyenne Animal Control told me that O'Hearn had the intention of creating what he described as the all-American dog, which is a large dog with a long lifespan. So apparently, in his mind, he was doing what he thought was right for the animals and maybe what was right for the world. But certainly, from an outside perspective, this was something that appears pretty gruesome and pretty terrible from the outside perspective.
Yeah, I mean, trying to create a super dog is weird, but that doesn't account for the rabbits, the goats, the cats, the tortoises, everything else he had going over there at his zoo. Yeah, well,
yeah, all of those exotic animals are actually really stretching the knowledge of the staff at the animal shelter because they don't care for animals like that. Normally, it's just stray cats and dogs, and now they have to learn to care for exotic birds and tortoises. And when I was in there, I actually had to wear a respirator when I went in to see the birds because some of them have diseases that can transfer to people. And so that's an extra curveball too, getting thrown at these people as well. They have to have protective equipment, gloves, all kinds of stuff when they handle these animals.
Let's remember shelter. Let's remember shelter workers in your thoughts and prayers and your wallets if you got a chance to donate. It's the Cheyenne, what is it? Cheyenne Animal Shelter?
Yep, Cheyenne Animal Shelter. And they are working around the clock to take care of these animals. I spoke to one worker there. I was actually there past midnight on the night that the animals arrived. And every day they are working hard to nurse these animals back to health. Some of the dogs' favorite treats I learned are hot dogs and whipped cream, which they are both in short supply of.
Yes, I learned that from your story. Now, I know hot dogs is a popular training tool when you do food rewards. Hot dogs are cheap, easy. There's not a dog that doesn't like a hot dog. But the whipped cream was surprising. I was, okay.
I know. I was surprised by that too. I have had dogs in the past. I've never fed them whipped cream, but I guess it's something that's easy on their tummy and something that they like to eat. So it's good for them all around.
Even the most hardened dog who's backed up in the corner of his cage, he can't resist some Cool Whip. He's like, what do you got there? And he might come up. Oh, wow.
I'm the same way, honestly, though.
Well, you probably can't buy Cool Whip with your food stamps. This law was coming. We saw it heading down the road. Health Committee adopts bill to block SNAP users. SNAP is kind of Wyoming's version of food stamps from buying junk food. This seems like a no-brainer. If you are qualifying for this Wyoming Supplemental Nutrition Assistance, nutrition being the key word, this program, SNAP, you probably shouldn't be using this taxpayer money to buy candy and pop and other junk food. That just makes sense. Was there any resistance to this discussion, or is this like a slam dunk vote? How did this go down?
Well, it's important to recognize that this bill isn't approved yet. It's not made a law. All it's doing is being passed on into the coming legislative session, and it requires the approval of different committees because this next session is, of course, the budget session, which is not going to focus on legislation. In that discussion, though, we heard there's a lot more nuance maybe than what there may seem initially, because, for example, when we're looking at things like candy or soft drinks, there's a lot of outside kind of foods that could fall under that definition. For example, a granola bar that has chocolate in it, is that considered candy? Or maybe an energy drink, is that considered a soft drink? So lawmakers are going to have to really push hard to make these definitions airtight, because people that use food stamps obviously depend on this for their livelihoods and to be able to eat. And so we don't want to restrict all of the food they eat. But certainly the government just wants to make sure that people are being healthy. And that was kind of one of the critiques, too, of this piece of legislation, is that while we can restrict what they buy, we can't make these people healthy. That's a decision they have to make on their own. And so there was a lot of back and forth going on, but the committee did end up approving this measure, which passes it along, as I said, to the legislative session, which will allow it now to go through the process of becoming a law.
Well, your reporting since we talked to you last week has run the gamut, and please book me a chair at Lucas's. I will drive 7 hours to take care of this situation before he heads off to Alaska. Thanks, Jackson. Have a great Monday.
Thanks, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Jackson Walker with several stories. The animal herder, the Cheyenne barber that's turned his life around, and now he's taking his scissors to Alaska. Charlie Kirk and the GOP fundraiser on the same night. A lot of folks tried to make both events. Why not? Jackson Walker had all those stories. Top of the hour news next. We'll see you on the other side of that on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A naturalist has made an incredible discovery about birds in Yellowstone National Park, ravens specifically. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that scientist George Booman and his wife cracked the code, learning the language that ravens use for everything from predator warnings to where they can find something to eat.
When folks would pull into the parking lot there in Lamar Valley, they had a specific call that basically said, we're going to eat anything that falls out of your picnic basket. This is our territory. He figured out that if he heard a certain call, he knew that that raven was telling other ravens in the world that a type of eagle was flying their way.
Booman says this type of language isn't just confined to ravens. Other animals communicate with calls and sounds as well. In her 2016 memoir, North of Crazy, Nelchie Doubleday Kings chronicles her decision to leave a life of privileged aristocracy for a more authentic life here in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Wendy Core reports that Nelchie gifted her ranch on Lower Piney Creek near Banner, Wyoming, to the University of Wyoming, and her legacy is benefiting many.
Now, students, professors, anybody with the association with the University of Wyoming has this space to be creative. There's so many different creative opportunities that can be had there at the Nelchie Center. And that's why the Collegiate Chorale and the orchestra and the jazz band were able to go there in mid-September and make this amazing performance, this beautiful tribute to music.
Now, along the way, the publishing heiress recreated herself as a painter, rancher, businesswoman, and mother, all while creating a platform for other artists to find their voices. The Sheridan County Sheriff's Office announced on Friday that the remains of Kyle Ellis, then 29 when he was reported missing, have been positively identified. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that Kyle had caught a ride from a resort in the Bighorn Mountains and was last spotted at a gas station in Grable.
That was the last time anybody had seen him. And his family was curious because they knew people in Grable. It's a small town. They thought somebody might have seen him, but nobody did. His remains were found about 60 miles away in rural Park County. And it appears he was camping out and he succumbed to the elements.
Kyle went missing in 2018, and the sheriff's office says no foul play is suspected. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
A Powell photographer has gotten photos of a piebald cow elk in a herd southwest of Cody. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi tells us that Michael Moore got the perfect shot of this rare condition.
Piebaldism is a result of a recessive gene that has to be in both parents in animals. And when both parents have that gene, and not every time they produce an offspring, but if they both have the recessive gene, their offspring will be off color, for lack of a better way to put it. In this case, elk usually have brown hair and skin, and there have been been several elk spotted that are piebald, which means that they have blotches of white on their skin and in their hair. But in this case, the elk that was spotted along the South Fork of the Shoshone River near Cody was almost entirely white. So that's a really rare instance where both of the parents had this recessive gene that when they got together and produced an offspring, it produced this piebald elk, which is just mismatched in color. It happens 1 in every 100,000 according to Colorado State Parks.
Moore captured this rare elk on the South Fork of the Shoshone River near Cody. You can see the picture and check out the full story at cowboystatedaily.com. And how many times have we heard this story in Wyoming? Generational legacy property that's on the auction block, probably bought up by some billionaire or some company from out of state. Well, Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that this story about this ranch is the exact opposite.
Kanye West had listed the Bighorn Ranch. It's going back into the hands of the Flittner family. They are just basically putting back together their agricultural operation.
The controversial rapper purchased the nearly 7,000-acre ranch from Flittners in 2019. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyshifts.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Monday. We had David Madison in the Zoom room. We had him right on the transporter pod in the USS Enterprise, and then he failed to materialize. His particles, he was there, and then he was gone. Does anybody watch them old Star Treks? You know, with Shatner, the original one, not the one with the bald dude, not the other one, not that one. There's been like a million Star Treks movies, but the original TV show that launched it all. They used to transport people from ship to planet. That's how they got down to the planet. They never landed the Enterprise. They just stayed in orbit and then transported certain crucial members down to this planet to check it out. Crucial members being Captain Kirk. Why does the captain always go down? I mean, shouldn't he stay in the ship in case they encounter like a salt-sucking monster down there, which happened? Isn't the safest place for Captain Kirk to stay on the bridge? Send those other guys down there. Yet, you know, to make it a good TV show, Kirk went down with the doctor and the Irish engine dude and sometimes the Vulcan. Like the top dudes went down. And then if there was space on the transporter pods, if there was a couple extra pods, then you would have some security team guys designated by their red tops, the red shirts. And those guys, as we come to find out after watching just a few episodes of Star Trek, were the first to go. Dead man walking. As soon as you saw some guy you didn't recognize, like, I've never seen him on this show. and they're transporting down to this volatile planet there's been reports of monsters slashing people, and then there's two dudes in red shirts that you've never recognized getting transported down. You're like, sayonara, dead man walking. And they're not going to make the first commercial break. And of course, they never did.
You have me now?
Let's see. David Medicine, there you are, D-Mad. What happened? We had you materialize and then you fell off.
Oh, I blew a fuse and all my internet just went out.
No way.
So I think I got to get to the, flip a switch or something. I don't know. There's unfortunate timing. Sorry. Listeners out there, viewers.
Catastrophic failure
now
at the Madison House. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I was talking about your story earlier about this unique couple, George and Jenny, who think they can speak Raven. I mean, who can? But they've been spending a lot of time with ravens and learning the language. Very interesting. I'm not surprised that animals can talk to each other. I think we all sort of knew that. Ravens are super smart. And I wondered if their conversations weren't plotting something nefarious, because they are ravens, and that we had one of our listeners, Rob, said, why do you think birds would be plotting things? Well, a group of ravens is called a... David, testing your knowledge.
I thought it was a murder of
Murder of crows.
Murder of ravens too? What is it?
No, a group of ravens.
What's ravens? I don't know.
Is referred to as an unkindness. Ooh, that's throwing shade at ravens.
An unkindness of ravens.
An unkindness of ravens.
Wow.
Or equally acceptable is a treachery of a group of ravens. A treachery or conspiracy.
Oh, I see where you're going.
A conspiracy of ravens. So obviously, when ravens are hanging out, chirping at each other, they're plotting something, I'm pretty sure. What does George and Jenny say ravens are talking about?
Well, it was really fascinating, and maybe we need to get him on the show so he can really demonstrate what he did for me. He was telling the story about living in Lamar Valley and listening to the ravens and learning their calls. And as he was doing it, he would mimic the call. So he would speak Raven to illustrate his story. And what he became, he learned the first call would be the ravens basically saying, whenever a car pulled up in front of where they hung out, the ravens were basically saying, hey, this is our place. If you bring out a picnic basket, it's fair game for us. Just fair warning.
Huh.
Just basically declaring their territory. But the story that really stood out is how he started to learn how a certain call by a raven was the raven telling other ravens.
Yeah, I was afraid we were going to lose David. His video froze and then his audio was sketchy. Yeah, D-Med's having internet issues. We should get George and Jenny on, if only to hear them do the raven call. Oh, are you back?
Yeah, am I back? I'm sorry, people.
I mean, you're barely back.
Looks like I'm back.
You're back without video, which is probably better because I think you're sketchy. But yeah, I hear you.
Okay, I can turn off video. Okay,
yeah.
So anyway, basically they're able to. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're cutting out. And
what about now?
Oh, I see you, but you're really laggy.
Okay. All right. Well, let me try and fix things and we'll do another call.
Okay.
I need to fix my internet.
Yeah. Kick that thing around a little.
See ya.
All right. David Madison, his stories, which we have to talk to him. George and Jenny, husband and wife team, spending a lot of time in Yellowstone's Lamar Valley, where they kind of, if you're around ravens for a significant amount of time, you start to walk and talk like a raven, eat like a raven, and pretty soon you know the lingo. They think they know how ravens communicate. They know they can hear the differences in their calls, and they know what the ravens are talking about. That's amazing. And they demonstrated for David Madison the actual calls, like they can mimic them. So I was wondering if they've only learned to hear. You know, some people have an ear for another language, like, I can understand Spanish, but I can't really speak it too good. I thought maybe that'd be the case with George and Jenny. They'd be able to, I can understand Raven, but I can't make them understand me. Maybe they can, because they showed David Madison how they can mimic the Raven calls. So we got to have them on just to do that. And I'll leave the windows open and see if we can attract any ravens here at the studio. David Madison also has a story about more grizzlies than ever showing up on the B-Bar Ranch in the Tom Minor Basin, right on the edge of Yellowstone. Beautiful area. And one of the densest population of grizzly bears, mostly because there's not many humans around. And there's a ranch, B-Bar Ranch, that tries to do, your conventional cattle running ranch. And they try to do it in an area that's just thick with grizz. Nick St. Peter was featured in this story. St. Peter talked to David Madison about what it's like to try to raise beef in grizzly country. I can't imagine it'd be very easy. Marianne Mott shares some of her story. She said, my goal was to really share the experience. Marianne Mott she posted a recent promotional video by the tourism group Yellowstone Country, and that's where we all got introduced to the B-Bar Ranch. It's pretty remote area. Most people only see it by airplane. It's the largest organic beef operation in Montana. And they employ about 20 people, and they share with David Madison the secrets to raising cattle where there's a lot of grizzly bear. It kind of sounded like this with David talking to our own Mac Watson.
The Tom Minor Basin on the edge of Yellowstone National Park in Montana isn't just beautiful, it's also home to a concentrated grizzly bear community. So how does a successful beef ranch coexist with one of the densest populations of grizzlies in the United States? Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports it's a balance.
The B-Bar organic beef operation has had to find a way to work in harmony. And they basically have a live and let live, make smart adjustments. Don't put cattle in places where there's going to be immediate conflict. But conflict with predators is really down the list, according to the staffer I spoke with. It's an incredibly lush, high basin, and so it stays green well into autumn. And it just has a lot to eat for a foraging grizzly.
Every October, bear lovers flock to B-Bar Ranch to catch a glimpse of the many grizzlies feasting on caraway root.
Yeah, I like that attitude, find a peaceful coexistence with grizzly bear. The grizzly bear and rancher getting along on the B-Bar Ranch. Great story from David Madison. He also had stories about the free land grab going on in South Dakota and lovely Chamberlain, centrally located in the state. They're giving away land, trying to address the housing shortage there. Many communities trying to deal with a housing crunch. Housing shortage, maybe you can solve it by giving away land in beautiful Chamberlain, South Dakota, right on the banks of the Missouri. There's a special program going on there where developers are given land with some agreement that they'll produce housing in Chamberlain. A pretty unique idea, cool story from David Madison. We got to take a quick break because I want to get back in here with our special guest, We got Matthew Mossbrucker coming on, and we're going to talk dinosaurs. That's always fun. Who doesn't like dinosaurs? We're going to do that next, right after this quick break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and this guy has Andrew Rossi's dream job, I think. Matt Mossbrucker digs up dead things and shows them to kids. Basically, that's the job title. Matthew's the director of the Morrison Museum of Natural History in Colorado. When you don't find him in office curating the stuff you'll see at the museum, you probably find him on his hands and knees digging up stuff, especially at the Triceratops Gulch project that Andrew Rossi has talked about. I think Andrew's been on a dig there. Matthew, so cool to have you on today. And dinosaurs, man, from kids to adults, we love dinosaurs.
Well, thanks for having me, Jake. Great to be here.
Tell me about the digs. How long now? The digs. Tell me who we're going to talk about who gets to go and what kind of people can go and how you can be a member of these digs. But in particular, you've been You've been going on digs, these excavations for like, what, 28 years, over 70 sites. What is particular about this one outside of Glen Rock that we're talking about, the Triceratops Gulch Project? Is it that rich in dinosaurs? Are you just stumbling over dinosaur bones everywhere you go?
Just about. I mean, we've been digging in Glen Rock for, geez, a little over 30 years at this point, and I've only been active there for the past decade. But yeah, we are almost stumbling over dinosaurs outside of Glen Rock.
Now, why it's referred to as the Triceratops Gulch Project, I'm assuming because you're finding primarily Triceratops, but is that all that's there?
You know, we do find a lot of Triceratops remains, bones, and teeth, but we find just about everything that was alive back at the end of the Cretaceous some 67 million years ago.
And I mean, this is what you do, so I guess it's reasonable to assume you know what it is that you're digging up. Like, what I recognize, even a dinosaur bone. Like if I was walking along, I saw something, what I know, like, ooh, this is a weird stone. What I know, it's a dinosaur bone. And then we'll talk about how you even know what dinosaur it belonged to. But what I know, like a tooth, a bone, or a vertebra, like...
You would. And the reason why you would is because with our Triceratops Gulch project, we give you some basic training. So we put you through some lectures and some hands-on workshops before we even get out into the field. So that way you know exactly what you're picking up off the ground and what it is.
Yeah, and I imagine for people that are excavating sites like this, that are doing these digs, the home run would be to find a bone attached to another bone, attached to another, but like to find a whole bunch of that dinosaur intact. But that's probably rarely the case. Usually you're finding scattered pieces.
That's true. It's kind of like, you know, watching the North Platte wind through Glen Rock these days. Yeah, if you're a deer and you fall in the river, your body's going to get pulled apart by that river into little pieces and get scattered, right? And we're digging through fossil rivers that used to flow through Glen Rock back in the Cretaceous. So rules still apply that the carcass of a Triceratops, like that deer, it gets pulled apart into all of its various pieces, and that's what we end up finding more often than not.
Now, in this particular formation that's pretty rich with Triceratops and other things, is it just because a whole mess of dinosaurs lived right there, or is it because were there geological factors that presented these dinosaur bones to us now? Was there an upthrust? Was there some kind of thing that happened that all of a sudden we can find a lot of bones? Or did a lot of dinosaurs live right there in Glen Rock?
It's both. As it turns out, just like today, where Glen Rock is a nice bedroom community, great place to live, right?
Yeah.
The same thing was true back during the age of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs like Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus, big duckbills like Edmontosaurus, they called Glen Rock home. And they happened to live in places where there were big rivers flowing through, floodplains, great areas that were collecting sediment that buries bones. So yeah, Glen Rock is a great place to find dinosaurs because they once lived there, and that area was capturing both the skeletons and the bodies and the teeth of these dinosaurs as these rivers flowed on.
Was this area like Glen Rock and then down, in Price, Utah, this pretty dinosaur-rich environment? Were these areas more like jungly back then when the dinosaurs lived there?
Yeah, our area in Glen Rock is a little bit more like the bayou country of Louisiana, where you had big rivers, floodplains, and lakes that were full of everything from gar to bowfin, crocodile ancestors, lots and lots of turtles, and of course dinosaurs too. The biggest difference was that the Rockies were beginning to push up out of the ground, and so you'd see some mountains beginning to pop up around Glen Rock, and that's part of the reason why you had the rivers flowing away.
Fascinating to have lived in that time. We're talking to Matthew Mossbrucker. He's director, curator of the Morrison Museum of Natural History in Colorado, and when he's not there, you can find him probably donning a headlamp at Stewart Site, B228, Triceratops Gulch Project, right outside of Glen Rock. Let's say I was one of your volunteers and you taught me some things about a dig, and I was in there on a dig, and here I'm going with whatever tool I'm digging with, and I get a tink. How do I know? There's no way I would know. I'd have to call you over. I'd say, somebody get Matthew, because I don't know if this is a theropod toe or a crocodile vertebra or a triceratops tooth. What is this? Matthew, how do you know?
Oh, I just make stuff up and make it sound good. No, well, I mean, in all seriousness, we don't always know when you pull a fossil out of the ground, because sometimes there's still a bunch of rock stuck to it, right? And we have to take it back to the lab and clean it up. But in some cases, we find that the rock falls away and we're able to see little identifying characteristics of that fossil that tell us exactly what animal it came from, or at least narrow it down to a family.
Fascinating. Now you can, folks, probably want to get in on this dig. You can only take a certain amount. Are they almost always somebody who's in the field or studying to be in the field, or just people who love the idea of maybe getting in on a dinosaur dig? Who gets involved, and where do they come from? Across the country, right?
Yeah, and we have people from across the pond too that come over and join us. Everyone that joins us, though, is kind of united by their own curiosity about natural history, whether they're a bucket lister and this is something that they've always wanted to do, or they're an aspirational paleontologist and they just want to see what it's like to clean fossils, or maybe they're an armchair paleontologist and they read a lot about dinosaurs and love going to museums. So we try to serve a little bit of everybody. As far as volunteers are concerned, we do take volunteers that come out and help us run these digs. But the core of the program is kind of a community science initiative where folks do pay a little tuition, and that money goes to the Glen Rock Paleon Museum and the Morrison Natural History Museum down in Colorado. And that helps us to keep our doors open and offer this public program to as many folks as we can.
Before I ask you how we can get involved, you're going to point us to hopefully a website or some internet presence. I did want to ask you, whenever I talk to a dinosaur expert, everyone, it seems, has thrown their 2 cents in there as to what finally killed off the dinosaur. Was it an asteroid? Did it happen very suddenly in relative suddenly, or was it just a slow die off? It was a world not fit for dinosaurs anymore. It's 67 million years ago. What happened to the dinosaurs, Matthew?
That's a great question. And we have a lot of evidence that suggests that they went extinct in a geologic instant, but in real time, that could be hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference. What we're trying to understand in the Triceratops Gulch Project is putting together the ecosystem, all the little critters that were living with the dinosaurs and the dinosaurs themselves, so that we can see how that ecosystem functioned and to see what happened leading up to the dinosaurs' ultimate extinction. Because a lot of little critters, small mammals and turtles and crocs, they persisted, and you'll find them on the other side of the boundary. And animals too that are kind of sensitive, like amphibians. So we're trying to understand exactly the mechanisms of how the ecosystem fell apart, because I think that's an open question.
Yeah, because we still have crocodiles, and that's practically a dinosaur. Oh my goodness, we have sharks that are like they've been around since probably dinosaur era. Like, yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, sharks are way older than dinosaurs, and even crocs. Crocs are kind of like the cousins of the ancestors of dinosaurs. But if you go outside and you see a hawk taking wing, or a turkey vulture flying around migrating this time of year, or you see some of those yard birds and some chickens, those guys are the descendants of dinosaurs, like little raptors that we do find at Triceratops Gulch. So trying to understand why certain animals and plants made it across the boundary and others didn't is important, because there were a lot of factors that occurred during the end of the age of dinosaurs, not just a big space rock hitting Mexico. We're dealing with the draining of an inland sea. And of course, water does a lot to control climate and general temperatures. The rise of the Rocky Mountains. North America was a dynamic and changing place at the close of the age of dinosaurs.
Yeah, I kind of wish I was there just to drop in. I don't want to live there. You'd be worried about the next roar I hear. Here comes Tyrannosaurus Rex. But what is it about Wyoming? It's not only Wyoming. Worldwide, we find dinosaur fossils, but what about Wyoming and the geology that happened, millions of years ago makes it a place where we can discover these dinosaur bones? What preserved them? What layer of earth are they in, and why is Wyoming unique in being able to go find that? Maybe like the Lance Formation or whatever. What is unique about Wyoming that preserved these fossil records?
Well, Wyoming, like all the other Rocky Mountain states, is in a situation where millions of years ago we were a series of depositional basins. So think of them as bowls or big bathtubs that were collecting sand and mud and fossils too. And they were at or right below sea level, maybe a little above sea level. And then as the Rockies began to push up out of the ground, it pushed all those basins up, cracked them, put them on their sides, and exposed them at the surface. So all of that sand and mud that was being collected way back in antiquities now exposed to the surface for us to explore. And that's why Wyoming, like Colorado, like Utah, Montana, are such great places to find fossils, because they were places where they were being collected, but also places where we find mountains today.
Matthew Mossbrugger digging up dead things and showing them at the Morrison Museum of Natural History in Colorado. What is the museum involved in other digs? You have this one in Wyoming we know about because of Andrew Rossi highlighting it. Is other places where you're putting fossils in the museum?
Oh, sure. Well, we focus on small partnerships. The Morrison Natural History Museum is a small museum. We're operated by the town of Morrison, Colorado. And the Paleon, the Glen Rock Paleontological Museum, is a small museum too.
Yeah.
So we share resources and partner up to make sure that we're doing a good job serving the public and preserving fossils. So outside of digging locally in Morrison, partnering with the Paleon Museum is quite a joy. It's great to share resources and pool ideas and staff. So everything that we do between the two museums is geared towards making sure that we're taking care of whether it's Wyoming's heritage or Colorado's heritage. We're both square states. We're rectangular states, right? We got to take care of each other.
That's right. So this 2025, this season's dig at Stewart Site Triceratops Gulch project has ended, because if you dig there now, most of your digging is moving snow out of the way before you even get to the fossils. When's the next dig, and how can we get involved?
Well, we're in the process of putting our season together for 2026. We're going to launch that here in the next couple of months. So if you keep an eye on the Morrison Museum's Instagram account, we're at Morrison Museum, or you visit our website, which is mnhm.org. You'll see our calendar for 2026. We'll probably be digging from the end of June through October next year.
Fascinating. Matthew, I love it. I love all things dinosaurs. Don't be a stranger. When you come to Wyoming to start digging again, look us up, please. Come back on.
Will do, Jake. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Matthew Mossbrucker, and he is the curator, director of the Morrison Museum of Natural History, leading that dig outside of Glen Rock, where they just dig up a Triceratops like every other day. There's another one. They're all over the place. Let's take a break. We'll be right back on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, rolling along on this Monday.
Tired of the same old Saturday snooze fest? Wake up with your buddy Bags, John Baggett, on Cowboy State Daily Radio, where the coffee's strong, the opinions are stronger, and absolutely nothing is off limits, except maybe fashion advice from Bags. Trust us. From 6 to 10 a.m., we're talking rodeos and radios, teachers and preachers, UFOs and barbecues. 1 minute it's serious journalism, the next it's, did he just say that on air? Yes, he did. We chat with movers, shakers, and occasional fakers. We call out scammers, celebrate winners, and sometimes talk to people who swear they've seen Bigfoot buying tacos. Join the madness. Text, call, or email your thoughts, rants, and snack recommendations to 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the chaos live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X, or binge the archives later when you're pretending to work. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. And our next guest I'm so excited about. Renowned author Ethan Renault. And he's not just an author. This guy kind of dabbles in everything. He's a public speaker, even though when he first started, he was scared to do it. Like all of us, you don't start out as a public speaker, right? You just sort of get there. He loves speaking to people. He loves writing books. He's got 11 total books out now, and we're going to talk about his latest scary book because it is October, the month where we like to scare ourselves. Ethan Renault's going to be on fascinating. We're going to need more than 15 minutes to discover everything about Ethan. He's deep waters. But I just read a little bit of chapter 1 of his latest clean horror novel, and it is crazy bizarre. It's a different kind of thriller. It's a different kind of horror, which is cool because how many times can you redo Jason? hockey mask, chainsaw. I mean, come on. This, the way Ethan writes horror is totally different, outside the box thinking with a splash of humor, which actually works in horror storytelling. You'd be surprised how well it works. It's good. Yeah, but his story, Crumb Hill, don't read it at night. Read it with the lights on. Read it in the light of day. It is chilling. Yeah, we'll talk to Ethan in a moment when he pops on here. First, I did want to talk about 2 commercial food stories. Not commercial food. That's a bad way to say it. 2 stories concerning food and marketing changes. I'm reading about Domino's. CNN says Domino's Pizza is going through a glow up. They're revamping their pizza. Now, not the actual product. Once you open the box and dig into the pizza, it's going to taste like the same old Domino's pizza. But they're doing a whole rebrand on what their pizza is going to look like. The box, they got a snappy new jingle, all these makeovers. This is 13 years. Domino's has been rocking that same Domino's logo. They got a whole new look coming up for November. For the first time in its 65-year-old history, Domino's is releasing a jingle performed by country star Shabuzi. That'll be interesting. All this new bold look and these new glow-up revamped Domino's will be unveiled in November, and I'm excited to see all that. Once in a while, I got to do Domino's. Yeah, let's go to the Zoom room and let's talk to our new guest. This is Ethan Renault. Hold on, let me get to my Zoom room. There you are, Ethan. What's happening? Where are you?
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
I hear you fine. You're looking good. You sound good. Ethan, as I mentioned to our listeners, I don't know what you're one of those guys, like we can't just classify you. We can't just say, oh, he's, the vice president or whatever, or he's an author. He is an author, 11 books to his credit. And the latest is bizarre, man. I read a little bit of it and I got scared. I had to run and hide. I read like the first chapter of Crumb Hill and I'm scared. I'm afraid to whisper. And at 1:17 a.m. or p.m., I'm not going to do anything, man. I am going to just hide under my bed. Ethan was born in Colorado, grew up in Cape Cod, and has lived just about everywhere in between Guatemala, Brazil, Thailand, Colombia. You also jam on scuba, which I love to do. I don't do it very much. I'm certified. I got certified by a couple of Russians in the Maldives. That's a story. But I love it because it does introduce you into another world that's sort of quiet and weird. It's a whole nother world in itself. Do you get any inspiration from scuba diving?
Oh, that's a really good question. No one's ever connected those two before. I guess kind of. I have definitely described scuba diving as you feel like you're on another planet because you're totally weightless. You're flying there. There's all these animals and plants you never see anywhere else.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Yeah, I love it.
Ethan, by the way, has internet presence. Ethan Renault, Ethan, R-E-N-O-E, EthanRenault.com. Ethan, what would you describe yourself as? Because you do a podcast, you're a public speaker, you're an author, you've done Moody Bible Institute, you graduated from that, and you've done youth ministry, and now are you still pastoring at all?
Yeah. It's really funny. I graduated from seminary this summer.
Yeah.
Which is where you go to study the Bible for people who don't know. And I graduated, and now I'm still pastoring at a retirement home. and then I also have this horror world that I made, and I get asked all the time, like, what the heck? How can you connect those two? And I'm like, well, have you ever read your Bible? There's some horrific things in there too. So
Totally. And
I love it.
Yeah, and you just I think you just you had a theme where you did the 7 stories, probably all from the OT. 7 stories that were pretty horrific. You had pigs running off the cliff, the pigs that were possessed, and can you guess the story? Yeah, that was pretty neat.
You saw that?
I saw that. I've seen everything. I Googled you, even though you said don't Google me on your website, man. So, yeah, there's so many things that don't reconcile when we're talking about Ethan Renault. I don't get it, but I'm fascinated. You are deep water. You want to talk about You want to talk about the book a little bit?
Yeah. Well, there's actually 3 Crum Hill books out now.
Okay.
And I'm working on the 4th, and the 4th is going to be the biggest. It's like a full history of the place. And the way I like to describe it is I think a lot of the pictures are terrifying.
Yeah.
They're intentionally so. But a lot of the words and the stories are actually kind of goofy and funny. It's just kind of like, I don't know, that's how my personality comes out through it, is like that paradox of funny and scary. And so I don't know. Like, for example, if in the book, one of the monsters in the printing press room spilled pink ink all over it. And so there's pink all throughout the book. And they talked about how much they hate the color pink, despite there being pink all splashed all over the pages all throughout. So there's like goofy stuff like that. But then the pictures themselves they've been described as too scary for people to look at. And then the last thing I'll say about it too is I really wanted to make a clean horror world, meaning like there's no death or gore or violence or sexuality or anything like that, just because I think there's too much of that in the world already. So I wanted to make a place for people who love the creepy stuff, but don't want to see people getting torn apart and destroyed and just like actual dread and hopelessness and horrific things. So it's super fun for me. I love it.
Yeah, I could have guessed. I think it's a phrase you've coined, clean horror. I could have guessed it's less of Jason, hockey mask, chainsaw, dismemberment. Like, come on, that's low-hanging fruit for the throat. You really want to tickle our brains. You really want to scare us. This is the high fruit. You got to climb to get this stuff. This is deep. This is just crazy, weird stuff. And I love how the humor works, Ethan. You wouldn't think humor in a horror story, but it makes it even better. And you are a humorous guy. I can see from the stuff you write. Yeah, I think that totally works here. It makes it a very unique piece of work. Crum Hill Chronicles. What is Crum Hill? Crum Hill is a town where people are walking around scared of monsters. They're afraid to whisper. You're told you shouldn't whisper. And whatever you do when the clock strikes 1:17, don't be out and about. Probably be home with doors locked. Where is Crum Hill, and how do we rescue somebody out of there?
Yeah, it's funny. The story actually, or the name came from one of my earlier books. I used the name Crum Hill because I liked excuse me. I liked how both words individually are not scary at all, but for some reason, when you put them together, there's something mysterious about them.
Yeah.
And so I started using it, and then later I found out that there is a real Crum Hill in New York State, and it's the middle of nowhere, it looks like. And so I keep tagging it in all my Instagram posts. So I always wonder if somebody who lives near there is ever going to notice, or that it's been tagged in hundreds of posts. But it doesn't exist, like my Crum Hill doesn't exist in our world. I'm kind of rewriting an entire history of the place. Because as a theology major, I studied so much history, and we go through church history, and so it's been fun to just kind of make a whole world like Tolkien style, but not quite to that extent, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's super fun.
That theology background, that also, I would think, that and the humor makes this kind of horror storytelling just extra. I mean, there's just extra about it. When this becomes hugely popular, people are going to make a mecca to the actual Crum Hill. You're going to hold an annual festival there, the whole bit, man. I'm serious. Like, I see it coming. I'm marketing. Speaking of marketing, that is, to me, that's your calling. I mean, your command of socials, your ability to engage visually, written word, public speaker, the social stuff you put out, like, you are a master marketer.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. That means a lot.
I mean,
yeah, it's fun. It's funny because I initially just started making the videos to promote the books. Like the videos that you probably saw on Instagram, on the Facebook. And then they just people started liking those. And so I just was like, well, I'll start making these too. They're super fun to make. So I like making the creepy, fun stuff. And they usually have a funny caption, despite the video being pretty creepy.
Yeah. And they usually involve a lack of color and some pre-adolescent or kids standing still with his arms straight down at his side. And there's something scary about that. Everything you do just scares me. I don't know what it is. You're also a self-taught tattoo artist. You got a few tattoos.
Oh,
I mean, what?
Yeah.
I see. We're going to need more than 15 minutes to discover the bottom of Ethan Renault. There's a lot to you, man. Is there anything about the art of tattooing? That's just one of your side jams?
Yeah, dude, that's a funny story. It was actually during COVID, during the lockdown. It was 3 a.m. and I was texting my brother, and we were like, yeah, I should order a tattoo machine from Amazon. Why not? It's only $100, and that's how much a tattoo costs. So, like, worst case scenario, you get one tattoo for $100. I order it. I do one for my YouTube channel blindfolded on my leg, and suddenly everyone's hitting me up online, just like a lot of my friends are like, I want one. So immediately they just start selling themselves, and so it just kind of took off from word of mouth from there. Like, I've never advertised or marketed, and I just do them here in my house, and so yeah, it's tattoos really sell themselves because it's something everybody wants and nobody wants to pay hundreds of dollars for. So it's a win-win.
I love that. A regrettable click during COVID, only you actually kept up with it, and you made it something. See, that's why I'm telling you, this guy, Ethan Renault, he's different. He comes at things differently. I appreciate also the way you come at your faith. It's incredible. I've watched some of the stuff. I read some of the stuff, and you get it. You get it. You've studied the Bible, and you present it to others in a unique way, a unique Ethan way. Same thing you do with the horror novels.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I love studying the Word. I think it's so interesting. I think it's way more interesting than it usually gets presented too. I think American Christianity can often make it more boring than it is.
It can be boring, and it can be scary, and it can be ugly. It should be beautiful. We should be attracted to Christianity if you do it right, if you present it right. And yeah, I like the way you come at it. When's the next time you're going to be down in South Africa? We're getting into winter here in this hemisphere, and I know you don't like cold when you're going down to scuba dive.
Oh, dude, I've been looking at flights.
Yeah.
I'm always keeping my eyes on the flights. I don't know exactly where I'll go. I was going to ask you, you said you got certified in the Maldives, but where's your favorite place that you've dived?
That's it. That was the extent of my diving. It was a week.
So that was your favorite place.
It was a week there. The deepest I've ever gone is 60 feet. Like, I'm not a real diver, but I was just fascinated by it. Controlling your breathing in the world you're introduced to, the quiet world down there. It's just so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got to expand.
Absolutely.
Maybe I got to expand. Let me know where you're going, and we'll buddy up, and we'll go.
Yeah, dude, you got to go to Belize. That's my spot.
Really?
Belize is where it's at. Oh, yeah. It's
Okay.
right in the middle of the Mesoamerican Reef. And so it has the most life. It's kind of like between Mexico and then you got Honduras down on the southern side. And Belize is right there in the middle of the crescent Mesoamerican Reef. And it's beautiful. There's so much life. You get to pet all the sharks, or you're not supposed to, but I pet some of the sharks.
Yeah. I like it. All right, so Crum Hill, as we approach Halloween, we all want to scare ourselves. You want to do it in a little more cerebral way. I suggest Crum Hill, the series. Start out with just getting on the website and finding out more about Ethan Renault. That'll scare you enough, believe me. This guy, I can't even describe all that is you. But find him on the interwebs, ethanrenault.com. And from there, you can branch out into the socials, find out what he's doing on Insta, YouTube, the whole bit. Ethan Renault, Renoe, ethanrenault.com. Crum Hill, where can we buy it? Barnes & Noble, right? Can we buy them all up or just go to your website first?
Any of them. You can go to crumhill.com, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and that's CRUMB. Some people don't add the B. So... Crum Hill. Check it out.
With all apologies to the actual Crum Hill in New York.
Yeah, exactly.
This is probably not like that Crum Hill. This is a bizarro world, man. It's like Stranger Things. It's like the Upside Down world. I don't know what it is, but it is scary. Ethan, thanks for making time for us today. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, brother. I appreciate you. Hope you have a great day.
Have a blessed Monday.
Likewise.
Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along, and that is some scary stuff. Check out ethanrenault.com and order some Crum Hill book series. It is unlike anything you've read, and prepare to be frightened. We got to take a break for top of the hour news. We'll see you on the other side of that on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Cheyenne resident Gilbert Lucas spent some time in prison for robbery, but as Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports, prison didn't define him. It changed his life for the better.
Throughout that process of being incarcerated, he kind of learned to see the world in a different way and do what he called leading with love instead of with fear. Now, Lucas went on to open his own barbershop here in Cheyenne, where he started cutting hair under a subscription model, which allowed him to free up some of his time throughout the day to spend on some other philanthropic activities.
Lucas tells Cowboy State Daily that even though he's become a nationally recognized barber and even having his name inscribed on statues in Cheyenne, prison taught him how to lead with love and look for the beauty in life. The Tom Miner Basin on the edge of Yellowstone National Park in Montana isn't just beautiful, it's also home to a concentrated grizzly bear community. So, how does a successful beef ranch coexist with one of the densest populations of grizzlies in the U.S.? Cowboy State Daily's David Madison says it's a balance.
The B-Bar organic beef operation has had to find a way to work in harmony. Don't put cattle in places where you know there's going to be immediate conflict.
Every October, bear lovers flock to B-Bar Ranch to catch a glimpse of the many grizzlies feasting on caraway root. Each day in the month of October, Cowboy State Daily runs a ghost story. This time, Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy has 3 spooky tales that all have one thing in common, besides being scary.
We're looking at 3 different stories where trees were the center of the haunting. And each one, a violent murder happened beneath the trees, and the echo still remains. Our first story, it was all about the coon dogs who were frightened of this tree and refused to hunt any longer. The hunters took tail as well. The second story, we have an apple where the blood, they say, was from skin to core, mysteriously under the same tree where a peddler had been found with his throat gashed. And our third and final story, it is one that many are familiar with, Cattle Kate. She was hanged in a limber pine, and this limber pine, according to local author Sam Leitner, causes your technology to act up. It's eerie, it's strange, but these are all accounts that are recorded in our Wyoming newspapers.
Leitner says he experienced technical difficulties with his drone and other mishaps that he could not explain. Attempting to film a documentary, he said it quickly became apparent to him that the ghost did not want that video created. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
A naturalist has made an incredible discovery about birds in Yellowstone National Park, specifically ravens. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that scientist George Booman and his wife cracked the code, learning the language that ravens use for everything from predator warnings to where they can find something to eat.
Fascinating insights into our relationship and how sound really governs activity out in the natural world, where a raven can call and not only alert other ravens, but alert all kinds of other species that an eagles in the area.
Booman says this type of language isn't just confined to ravens. Other animals communicate with calls and sounds as well. In her 2016 memoir, North of Crazy, Nelchie Doubleday Kings chronicles her decision to leave a life of privileged aristocracy for a more authentic life here in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Wendy Core reports that Nelchie gifted her ranch on Lower Piney Creek near Banner, Wyoming, to the University of Wyoming, and her legacy is benefiting many.
Anybody with the association with the University of Wyoming has this space to be creative that can be had there at the Nelchie Center. That's why the Collegiate Chorale and the orchestra and the jazz band were able to go there in mid-September and make this amazing performance.
Now, along the way, the publishing heiress recreated herself as a painter, rancher, businesswoman, and mother while creating a platform for other artists to find their voices. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family. So I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Dale. Dale Killingbeck joins us live from an undisclosed location.
Hi, Jake.
Probably Casper.
It is Casper.
One thing I could never do that you do, Dale, is cover this crimes in courts like Claire, like you do. And I'm pretending I'm like a journalist in the courtroom, and this 46-year-old firebug Dallas Smith pleads not guilty. And I would be like, you gotta be kidding me. Not guilty. This is a guy who admitted to authorities that he gets mad when rent comes due, and when he's mad, he starts fires. I mean, this is paraphrasing, but that was basically Dallas's admission to, I don't know, more than a dozen fires in the Casper area. Entered his plea last Tuesday in court, pleading not guilty.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, defense strategy, you're being arraigned, so, see what kind of deal you can get from the prosecutor. But yeah, he's admitted to police that when he gets angry, when he on the affidavit, it actually said when he sees red, he has to start a fire. So, so he's facing some time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best thing would be to have, rent-free living. I can think of a place, and hopefully he doesn't see red. He needs some help. Also, the other one I'm thinking about is the Casper man. I don't know if there's a plea here, but a Casper man who, I mean, he's just laid out the case for prosecutors. He texted that he was going to shoot the woman who lives above him, and then he fires shots into the ceiling. When cops get there, he wants to claim it was one shot that went off accidentally, but I'm not sure about this. Casper man accused of texting a murder threat to the woman who lives upstairs in the apartment and then fired 4 shots into the ceiling. Thankfully, just a 22. I don't know if they would go through the floor, but is 26-year-old Travis Nelson, what is he facing?
Yeah, he's facing a charge of aggravated assault. So that's up to 10 years on that charge. And yeah, 2 of the shells apparently did go through the floor to the ceiling of the woman's apartment above him. So, yeah, is that affidavit? It seems like he was just trying to, make up a story. He was trying to leave the apartment according to the affidavit, but the police got there beforehand. He actually had a couple weapons in the trunk of his car and was on his way out, but the police stopped that opportunity.
Well, thankfully, most of your criminals are just not masterminds enough to hide their crime. In fact, they really help prosecutors when they have texts and, I'm going to shoot the girl upstairs. Yeah. Oh, boy. Well, we thought maybe, actually, I didn't think there'd be any further fireworks when it comes to Natrona County High School. And that following this story, Dale Killingback's been on it. You've got a 17-year-old senior at Natrona County High School. She wants to start a chapter of Turning Point. The principal had some concerns and wanted to move slowly and carefully. And a lot of people are coming to the defense of the principal. And meanwhile, the new target, it might be the superintendent of the school district. You went to the meeting where we thought maybe it'd be a lot of the right kind of words. Maybe they would seize a better narrative and say, okay, this girl can't start Turning Point. We're going to find out who's ripping down the poster, something like that. And it starts off on the wrong foot when 2 members of the school board are denied entry to a public meeting. I don't get that. What did that feel like, Dale?
Well, it wasn't a public meeting, Jake. It was a meeting. It was a meeting between the parents and the TPUSA presidents, and then. But the deal is that the parents of the Natrona County High School TPUSA member wanted those 2 trustees there as witnesses, and so they were invited to be there, wanted to be there. There was also supposed to be. The public, Megan Degenfelder was supposed to be on a call there, and the superintendent of schools refused to let any of them participate.
Yeah, and the 2 school board members were to be there not as acting school board, but just as people, as witnesses, as you say, as friends of some of the parents. But Angela Hensley denied them entry and denied Megan Degenfelder, her boss, to beam in from phone. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we can put this behind us, but Natrona County School District not doing themselves any favor anyway. What's next here? Any more meetings? Or are we going to move ahead with this TPUSA chapter? What's happening now?
Well, the chapter is, moving ahead. They're able to have the meeting, but I did check in with the student this past week, and she's still experiencing people pulling down posters, writing nasty words on the posters, that kind of thing. So it's still kind of a rough way ahead, at least for the moment.
Yeah, well, she seems like a bright young lady. I think she knows the whole movement is, because of Charlie Kirk, even before that, is super controversial. I don't understand why, but TPUSA, boy, you just mention it, and there are people ready to share their opinion. That's for sure.
Yes, sir.
Dale, what about this guy who invented the panoramic camera? We take it for granted today. It's just a feature on our cell phone. We can change to panoramic so we can get those Tetons in the whole shot. This guy, he come up with the idea, or he perfected it. Who is this guy, and what does he have to do with a panoramic shot?
Yeah, his name was William Johnston, and he worked. He's kind of a fascinating guy. He was based out of Rock Springs for quite a while, a few other times in Evanston before that, and he had a partner, and they took all these really iconic photos of Native Americans. Like they had a photo of Geronimo, Chief Washakie, all some famous Native American chiefs. But when it comes to the turn of the century, he obviously had been thinking about, because they did also do a lot of panoramic scenes, and he'd been thinking apparently about, how can I make this better? And so he came up, there were panoramic cameras back in the day, but he came up with an idea that would make it a lot more stable and a lot easier, not as many mechanisms. And so he patented both the mechanism itself, that like on a tripod, the motor and all of that, it was like a wind-up clock type thing inside the camera that would turn the camera, but also less parts, so there was hardly any vibration, so it made the camera more in focus, or the photo more in focus. And so he patented those. They started a company. People in Rock Springs were invested in that company, but it didn't last very long, because when I looked at some of the history of Rochester, New York, they had a company in Rochester, New York for this camera, and Kodak was taking over all these companies. It was a time when, the camera industry is just shooting out all these different companies, just like the car industry. Well, Kodak was taking care to get all their competitors out of the way. So this company only lasted like a few months, and then it was eaten up by another company, which was then immediately eaten up by Kodak. So that's what happened to the camera. But it became, an iconic camera, or a camera that people were interested in for several years, until I guess it was made. The last camera that was made, it was called the circuit camera, was in the late 1940s.
Yeah, and you did explore that Rochester Kodak aspect. I'm from up there. I had a grandmother that worked at Kodak, and I know that of Kodak is they were aggressive to protect their own, just like you said, the car industry, or we hear that there's a tire that's been made that can last forever, but it'll never be introduced because the tire company either sued their competition or bought them up. That was kind of the MO of Kodak back in the day, certainly.
Right, yeah.
There'll never be the light bulb that never has to be changed. General Electric saw fit to that it'll never see the light of day. But yeah, not surprising that this Canadian native who spent time in Wyoming, if you're in Wyoming for any amount of time and you have a camera, you realize I need a wider shot for just about anything you want to take outdoors. Wyoming is a wide state that way. So really interesting story from Dale. And finally, what's going on? You've been following the Tumble-In Cowboy. I remember I did an early story on that back when folks noticed it was missing from its usual place right there on the highway between Casper and Shoshone. People are like, hey, what happened to that Tumble-In dude? Cool, iconic neon sign. And then we found out that it was this gentleman who bought the sign, who was restoring it. He was all about the history because as a kid, he was introduced to the sign when his parents drove by. So we knew it was getting a new home, but it's taken a while. What's the hang up?
Well, I was told by both people, John Huff, who's the kind of the main restorer of it, and the neon person that's fixing the lights. Both of them said there's just been some life issues in the way. But for the neon part, there's Connie Morgan told me, she's the neon artist, told me that there's an issue in the neon light industry right now with they've manufactured certain colors of these neon lights that she gets. There's like some issue with the phosphor. And so she actually restored part of the sign but as she was doing it, when she went to, light things up, there was all like these black blotches in the material. And so she had to reorder, take all that away and reorder all these neon bulbs or tubes. So that's where that's at. So that's delayed things. So now they're looking at probably sometime next year. They're thinking by Memorial Day, they'll have a ceremony to have the big 21-foot Cowboy with the 6 shooters installed in downtown Casper.
Go ahead. I could have guessed that it would take more time than you thought. It's not so easy. Even removing the sign was a whole process. But yeah, to learn that there's neon phosphor issues, probably due to COVID. Everything's all backed up. Yeah, interesting. Where his final resting place is going to be? Where in Casper?
It's going to be in the Yellowstone district of Casper, just south, just southwest of downtown, a couple blocks. And John Huff has this big base installed, and I guess he's going to use part of the old Bessemer Bridge to prop up the sign that the part of the sign that actually rested on the roof of the restaurant in Powder River. And so it's going to be really cool when it finally gets up there. So yeah, it's going to be definitely a destination for people, passing through Casper just to see that sign.
I'm glad the sign has a life after. And John Hoff, what a guy. He's been doing this mostly on his dime. There's a website. He's had some donations here and there, but this guy is taking it upon himself to make sure this sign's got somewhere to live on. That's a cool thing.
It is a very, very cool thing. And John is just a guy committed to the community for sure.
Yeah. All right, Dale. Well, Carrie. Oh, what was our question of the day? Oh yeah, what is a group of ravens called? We know a group of crows is a murder. What's a group of ravens?
Oh man, I have no idea, Jake. I'm not an ornithologist.
Oh, look at you dropping the expensive words. It's considered an unkindness or a conspiracy, I swear, or a treachery.
Wow.
These are the terms used to refer to where ravens get so much shade thrown at them. I don't know.
Man, Edgar Allan Poe.
Edgar Allan Poe, probably. Have a great Monday.
All right, take care.
Yeah, ravens, man. They get in the wrong end of it. Unless you're George and Jenny and they speak fluid Raven, and we are going to have them on this show. If it's the last thing I do, I want to get them on this show, and we're going to converse in Raven because they speak the language. You got to read the Cowboy State Daily to figure out what we're talking about. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with more.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday. Justin George is here. We're going to talk sports. And if we're talking sports, well, the story this Monday begins and ends with that crazy game yesterday. The Denver Broncos, record-setting, I believe. I don't think any team has ever scored 33 points in one quarter. You watched the game, Justin?
Oh, boy, did I ever, Jake.
Woo! I gotta admit, full disclosure, I am not a fan of the Donkeys. I am a Buffalo Bills fan. My second team.
Are you from Buffalo or something?
Yes,
Jake?
yes.
You are?
True, yes.
Oh my God! All right, then in that case,
I am not late.
You are legit,
dude. I'm not late.
Fake Bills fan. You're a real Bills fan.
I swear, right. I am not late to the bandwagon.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
In fact, my allegiances are a little bit torn because I wanted to talk about the Giants. Where I grew up, I was close enough to Orchard Park, to Buffalo, that the games were blacked out because I was urged to go buy a ticket. So I often did not get to see my Buffalo Bills, so I had to watch the New York Giants. So that's my second favorite team. So I was enjoying what the Giants were doing to Denver. I couldn't believe it. Scatterboo was scatting all over him. Dart had a really good game. You saw why the Giants organization was so high on this guy when they drafted him. Everybody was like, who? Jackson Dart, but they love this guy. And he reminds me a little bit of Bo Nix, a year behind what Bo is doing in Denver. I love the Giants were able to move the ball on the number 2 defense, like 19-0, and Denver was lifeless. What were you thinking then? Like, it's over?
Oh, I mean, I thought it was over at 19-0, without a doubt. I mean, I texted my group chat saying this is unacceptable. What an embarrassing loss. Here we are coming in, at home against the Giants team. I mean, I agree. I think Jackson Dart is good and Scatterbo also, and they proved it yesterday. I mean, that's a franchise quarterback you're looking at, but they're rookies, and this is supposed to be, Sean Payton's vaunted Super Bowl contender, one of 7 that he's coached, Yeah. And then they laid that stinker for most of the game.
They really did, and they were a few things that victimized them. Maybe we could see coming. Denver has a little bit of weakness in the middle against the run. So does Buffalo, for that matter. They have a great secondary, though, which was surprising to see. The Giants find wide open tight ends occasionally, and that was weird. But Denver and Bo Nix, one knock on him is he doesn't have a lot of size in an era where everybody seems to love a guy who's 6'6" and 230. Bo is not a huge guy, and he had a lot of passes blocked, like at least 3 batted down. That's an issue.
I think that's real astute observations there, Jake. I think you're hit it right on. First of all, the Giants know the Broncos' weaknesses, and that's middle linebacker. And even though they had Drake Greenwald back playing for the first time, the former All-Pro 49ers linebacker, he's on snap count, but they took advantage of the middle. Absolutely. I mean, those two tight ends were wrecking them. And then really great point about Bo Nix. So this is what I don't understand. It's like, seems to be Sean Payton has this fear to let him operate downfield. So he keeps having to throw these bubble screens and these tiny little slants. And yeah, when he's shorter, I mean, he's like 6'1". When you're throwing those quick short passes, if you're a defensive tackle or end, you're getting your hands up. And the arc there that you need is just not high enough. And he's going to get passes batted down. So I hope that that's a takeaway that the Broncos see. They need to push the ball downfield more because this little short dink and dunk game, I mean, it's just holding the entire offense back.
My goodness. It sounds like you're talking about the Wyoming Cowboys. I don't want to shift gears here, but their passing game, same. Like 6-yard completion is cause for celebration. Like you have got to stretch the defense every once in a while. I think, if history is anything, Sean Payton, his time with the Saints, like he's had a quarterback that he just at one point let, call the plays, do what he wanted. He's got that kind of guy. He'll loosen the reins, I think, pretty soon, especially with that comeback. Now, was this a classic example of momentum? We hear about that in sports. Momentum is like everything, man. When you have Mo going, you can do no wrong. There was a time when they showed on the sideline Sean Payton laughing with the side judge, the girl, the woman, like one of the few, and he had a smile. He was laughing. He was still down like 10. But he was smiling and laughing. He knew everything had changed.
I think there's no doubt that interception that Justin Strnad got, at that point, I think everybody felt it. I was even talking to our boss, Jimmy, and he's like, that's the point. Everybody sees it. Everyone's talking about it. That's definitely the point where you're just sort of like went from absolute no light at the end of the tunnel to like, oh my God, there's an entire like meadow here. But I'll say this. I was talking to some of my friends this morning. I really think that you got to give Sean Payton credit for clock management. People were like, when I was watching the game with some friends, they were all like, well, why is he calling timeouts now? Why is he doing this? But everything made sense. And actually, when that interception happened, I think there was still like about 5 minutes left and they're down by 10. You were like, oh my God, they are totally in this game right now.
Yeah. And the announcers kept saying that. They're like, there's plenty of time. This one is not over. And Denver really showed me something, even with momentum on their side. And it looked like, that late Giants drive with a questionable PI that kept it alive. And when the Giants scored, I'm like, ooh, that might, every time in this game, you're like, that's probably the end.
I feel Riley Moss is the most victimized cornerback in the NFL. That guy, he is always there to make the play. I mean, he's right there.
Yeah.
And he gets a flag or they make the play. I mean, there's probably no tougher position to play than opposite Patrick Surtain. So
oh man,
give him some credit though. That was not PI, and I think everybody saw that.
Yeah, opponents just don't even throw Surtain's way anymore, and the other guy gets all the traffic and gets safety help over the top. But yeah, I mean, I would like to see football done at least the way hockey does, where late in the game, penalties that determine a game, they better be really evident. I mean, a guy better have a piece of equipment ripped off him if you're going to call pass interference. Like, let the game be played by the players. I hate to see a late game call like that, but Denver overcame. My goodness. When it came,
where do the Giants go from here? That's my question. Like, I think that if I was a Giants fan, I'd walk away with just saying, wow, I can't believe we have a franchise quarterback and things like that. But knowing this is New York, that's not what they're thinking at all.
Well, the one thing is you have a scapegoat. They're calling for the kicker's head. He won't have a job today. Later today, New York Post will be announcing how they're interviewing new kickers.
Yeah, I feel bad for that guy. 2 extra points.
Two extra points. Then that was the game. But no, I think there's cause for optimism. Even Giants fans that are pretty demanding. There's no such thing as a rebuild year. They got their quarterback. Scatterboo's fun, and that defense, man, that defense full of pass rushers.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's bright things in New York, but Denver's got a tough schedule ahead, Justin. I mean, I was looking at who's yet to come up. They'll get the Raiders twice. You can beat up on them, but they got the Cowboys next week. They still have the Chiefs twice, Packers. I mean, they got a tough schedule. How are they going to do?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good that some of the, sort of winnable games are here. I think, they're going to have a tough matchup with the Cowboys. That was not supposed to be a tough matchup, but they're sure playing well. So I think that they have to get to the Chiefs game. I think if they can win about at least 3 games, they'll be fine. But 3 out of, I think there's 4 or 5 before that. But yeah, when that Chiefs game comes up, I mean, that's going to be, I don't know, the Chargers, you look at them, they're just too hurt. I'm not giving them credit, but they've got too many injuries and they're sort of the walking wounded. And you saw what happened yesterday, but I think it's going to be a clash of the Titans when the Chiefs and the Broncos face up for the division coming up.
Yeah.
November 16th.
Yeah, and like you said, Denver's getting a different Cowboys team. They're all of a sudden playing a fire. They got CeeDee Lamb back, and it's a different Cowboys team. And then the Chiefs early this year. Chiefs are 4-3. If you had the Chiefs earlier, that was a different Chiefs team. Now they're playing like the Chiefs, lights out. As a Buffalo fan, I wouldn't mind seeing the Broncos take a little chunk out of the Chiefs, please.
You got your hands full with the Patriots all of a sudden.
Dude,
Boy,
the Patriots are legit.
They are legit.
That quarterback, Drake May, is he the guy? When I saw him earlier, and even the other guy that was on the team that's now out of there, Drake May's good. He is good. I thought
Vrabel is a good coach. Mike Vrabel, Tennessee was dumb to let him go. And then Josh McDaniels, the most hated man in Denver, terrible head coach, but an absolutely brilliant offensive coordinator and good with quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's funny how in sports, sometimes it's not the right fit. You see OCs go on to be head coaches. They can't handle that. Or you see quarterbacks. Danny Dimes with the Giants, he goes somewhere else. You never know. Sometimes it's not the right fit. We'll see who the new head coach for the Miami Dolphins is, because that guy's wise on borrowed time.
Another Colorado native there. Yeah, he's going to be looking for a job pretty soon.
Yeah, I guarantee the new head coach from Miami will probably have pants that go all the way down to his shoes. I don't think they're going to go there again. No more Capri. No more Tua, probably.
Yeah, that guy's done too.
What else do you know, Justin? Is that...
Well, I think it's just shaping up to be a really interesting team. I mean, you will look at the resurgence of these quarterbacks. Yeah, the Daniel Jones story keeps going. I think that's just fascinating to watch. And then you just look at it's an interesting year. You got the Steelers resurgence. Who saw that coming?
Yeah,
who saw Aaron Rodgers? I thought he was pretty much done. And then you got the Bengals too.
Or Flacco,
an old men are having their day right now. Joe Flacco, boy, he sure lit it up. That's a guy who sat on my fantasy bench. I was this close to starting him, and I should have, and regret it. So, the thing I love the most about the NFL is that there is such competition, and I wouldn't say parity, but worst to first happens at least once every, in one team every single season.
That's true. You don't have to be a long-suffering fan. Even the Cleveland Browns. I mean, anything could happen. Things can turn around. Yeah, there was a time where probably the team with the 2 best they were wide receiver rich, the Bengals, and you watch your quarterback go down, and both those guys are probably calling their agents saying, "Get me out of Cincinnati." And then Flacco comes and starts. Yeah, it's crazy season. Well, going into the postseason, Broncos fan, what would you rather have? The quarterback who can put on the cape or a ferocious defense? What's going to win you that Super Bowl?
I think given as a Bronco fan that I have seen this happen before, and that would be Peyton Manning could barely throw the ball downfield in 2015. I'll take the ferocious defense.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest here, though. I mean, I thought the Broncos coming in were going to have a historic defense. They did not look like a historic defense yesterday at all.
No.
So there's some work to be done, and not necessarily sure. I think you're going to need a little bit of both in order for the Broncos to be good. Bo Nix is going to have to keep taking steps forward. We cannot keep having fourth quarter Bo. You're going to have a consistent game out of him. I'm not completely sold 100%. I think he is a franchise quarterback. I think you see the intangibles and you see the accuracy when it counts. But where is that guy for most of the game?
Yeah. He is super accurate. Maybe when Sean Payton takes the cuffs off him, we'll see that guy for all 4 quarters. Sean Payton's not necessarily a defensive mastermind, so maybe a game like this where the Giants expose you gives you a lot of film, man. Today, that team is sitting in there studying what happened, and maybe that's the best way to fix a defense is watch the Giants carve you up for 3 quarters.
Yeah. And let's give the Giants credit. That's a pretty good team, and they have a lot of good young players. And Neighbors isn't even playing, like one of the best players. NFL.
Dude, he was on my fantasy team. I am crying. Him and CeeDee Lamb. I'm like the last few weeks. I'm like, oh,
injuries.
But my secret weapon is Rashid Rice. I took him in the draft because I'm like, hey, he's only out for whatever. When he comes back,
and look, he just scores 2 touchdowns in his first game back, right? I hate the Chiefs, man.
I know. I do too.
But you know, they are who they are. Until you knock them off the mountaintop, they're still there.
Yeah. It's funny how that mystique, that is a thing, man. When you're the Chiefs and you're not playing at the Chiefs level from 2 years ago, but you're playing with a Chiefs mystique. Like, it's still Mahomes, it's still Kelsey, it's still the Chiefs. And that code, yeah.
And apparently the refs think so too when you get penalties in the game.
Dude, spot them. You know, they're 14-point favorites just from the refereeing.
Yep.
True. All true.
Yeah, you got to break that mystique too.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens. November 16th, put it on your calendar. That is going to be a clash.
Ooh. All right, man. Have a great Monday. Thanks for coming on.
You're welcome, Jake. Have a good one.
Justin George and I talking a little bit of Broncos football. What a game. I can't believe that comeback. 33-32, 33 points scored by Day. They didn't start playing till the last 15 minutes, but that's all Bo needed. Let's take a quick break. We'll make a run for the finish line on Monday's edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
the mighty might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
A big thanks to Justin George for coming on, talking Broncos football. Justin, real sports guy and a big Broncos fan. Broncos sit atop their division. Better record than anybody there. Certainly better than the Raiders and better than the Chiefs. Yeah, I can't wait to see the showdown. 2 more games remaining with Kansas City. They see divisional rivals twice a year at home and away. So 2 games yet with the Chiefs. Those will tell a lot about what kind of Broncos team this is. Before the season, there were experts saying this could be a team that makes a deep run. With head coach Sean Payton, with a franchise quarterback in place, and a pretty good defense, this could be a Super Bowl kind of Broncos, really? I think they're proving it, although, man, it was in question yesterday against the lowly New York Giants that are finding their footing, yes, but at home to watch the Giants embarrass you like that for 3 quarters? I don't know where Denver found it in themselves to begin that comeback, but they did. And there was a time in that 4th quarter where you felt momentum just shift. 33 points in the 4th quarter to take a 1-point win. And I'm reading New York papers today to see when the Giants cut that kicker. This was not a field goal kicker that they were really married to. I don't think he was he's not a name kicker. Well, he's got to be fired. They're actually calling for the head coach, Brian Daboll, to lose his job. Daboll made some questionable calls. And as Justin pointed out, better clock management on the other sidelines with Sean Payton. He really worked the clock well. But yeah, the Giants had their chances. I don't know if it's Daboll's fault, but that kicker, he's got to be looking for work here pretty soon this week. What stories are we looking at? I said I had 2 stories about food that was doing a makeover. One of them was Domino's Pizza. The pizza itself, not a changeover, but a real marketing push coming up next month in November. They're going to, for the first time ever, there's going to be a Domino's jingle and a commercial. And then the boxes, the packaging is going to look all different. They got all different kind of look at Domino's, so watch for that. What's inside the box is same old Domino's pizza. Don't get your hopes up. Also, Lay's potato chips making big changes. It's the brand's biggest refresh ever. Big talk in the food industry about the ingredients going into Lay's. U.S. Food and Drug Administration revoking the authorization for the synthetic food dye FD&C red number 3. Remember, red food dye was banned by the FDA for a long time. I remember when that happened, and supposedly you weren't supposed to eat the the bar cherries that were in your drink. I don't know who's eating them anyway. If you're eating the fruit or vegetables that come in your drink, you're drinking it wrong. You're doing it wrong. A lot of different things can be in your what do you call it? Not a margarita. What's the your Bloody Mary? A lot of different food products can be in your Bloody Mary. You're not supposed to eat any of them. Come on. And if you're eating the cherry at the bar, you deserve to get whatever red dye number 3 did to you. But yeah, red dye 3 was no for the FDA for years. Anyway, what the FDA announcement with food dyes did is convince Lay's to just eliminate all the food dyes they use in chips. And they use up to 6 synthetic dyes. Lay's said they're going to get rid of all of them by the end of next year, 2026. They use green dye number 3. They use red dye number 40. That gives Lay's its nice yellow coloring, the green and red together. They also use yellow dye number 5, yellow number 6, blue number 1, and blue number 2. Lay's said it's getting rid of all the use of those food dyes by the end of next year. Major announcement, Lay's to remove artificial flavors and colors by the end of next year. I saw this story in the U.S. Sun, so be careful. We don't know how much of it we can believe, but it got me thinking about what could be the future with autonomous driving cars, and particularly these Waymos that are so popular in the Bay Area, for instance. If you order a taxi, you order an Uber in San Francisco, chances are you could be getting a Waymo that'll come and pick you up, and there's nobody driving it. It's completely computer driven. Usually they are a Jaguar 1 Pace. That's the vehicle of choice. But these Waymos could be susceptible, when you think about it, to a hacker-inspired traffic jam. And that's what happened the other day. Villainous hackers jammed busy U.S. roads with 50 self-driving cabs in a cyber attack that echoed a chilling dystopian film. I'm almost sure the film, and I haven't read that far in the story, the film has got to be Leave the World Behind. Did you watch that? I love that. I love that movie. It's so cool. And in the movie, there's a similar scene. And see, this story does bring up the 2023 Netflix dystopian movie, Leave the World Behind. I knew it. When an army of self-driving Teslas causes havoc in the movie, Julia Roberts, Ethan Hawke, they're trying to escape the Hamptons because there's some kind of end of world event. The power goes out, communication goes out, something's happening. And America is either under attack or the world is ending. Something's going on, and they try to leave Long Island, get out of there, but they're thwarted from driving out of there on the LIE, presumably the Long Island Expressway, when there's a huge traffic jam caused by Teslas, self-driving Teslas, just all piling up on one another. They've obviously been hacked or they've been given some bad data, and all these cars just crash into each other and they block the highway. Similarly, this event occurred, the original event occurred all the way back in July, and then a new type of cyber attack creating a traffic jam with Waymos happened on October 12th. Riley Walls is the guy behind the latest. He's a self-described hacker, and he somehow hacked into the Waymo's database and instructed all the Waymos to go to one location. And when they did, some 50 Waymos, they created a huge traffic jam in downtown San Fran, which makes me think about the future. If you have a whole mess of autonomous driving vehicles, they can get their instruction. In fact, you don't even need to hack, really. You could just order Waymos to come to a certain spot. And if you order enough of them, they can just create their own traffic jam. But yeah, hackers now twice have hacked into Waymos and created a cyber traffic jam, reminiscent of Leave the World Behind, which, if you haven't seen it, is so cool. I think they left a lot on the table with that movie. They could have done more. I didn't like the ending, but it is really thought-provoking, and a great job by Julia Roberts and Ethan Hawke in the lead roles. Great movie. Wyoming Cowboys looked not good. I feel bad for the Cowboys defense. I'll talk to Jared Petrino Wednesday. I wish we were talking to Sally Ann Shermer. She's got to be just, I don't know what, biting her lip over this one. This loss did not go down well. Somehow the Cowboys lost to Air Force. And did you notice Air Force wears the different uniform now? They wear the, it doesn't say Air Force. It says Trump's new name for the Air Force. What is it? Air Attack? What? I forget his name for the Space Force. Yeah, they wear their jerseys now say Space Force on them. And I think that's Trump, right? Renaming, or the Trump's military DOD guy is renaming the Air Force Space Force. Air Force rename. And that's what Air Force is rocking, the uniforms. Space Force. Well, I just Googled it. It says the United States Air Force did not rename itself Space Force. Well, the Air Force had jerseys on that said Space Force. Rather, it has been renamed to establish Space Force as a distinct military branch. Okay. Well, whoever Wyoming played last Saturday was wearing Space Force. So, final score, Space Force 24, Cowboys 21. And it was dismal. That loss drops the Cowboys to 3-4 overall, 1-2 in the Mountain West. And it was just something about it. I mean, somehow Wyoming outgained Air Force in that game, 409 yards. Although, where were they? I watched most of that game, and I don't know how Wyoming gained 409 yards. For the most of it, the offense was unimaginative, short passes. It was a classic run, pass scenario. I mean, come on. Offensive coordinator has got to go. That was just a tough loss to take for Wyoming. And a game we coulda, shoulda won. And Wyoming somehow finds a way to lose. And that somehow was a questionable call at like the 2-yard line, the 3-yard line. Wyoming opts to run a wildcat with former starting quarterback Evan Swoboda, who is now converted into a serviceable tight end. Swoboda taking the snap, which I don't mind because he's big and he runs well. So I'm thinking, Wildcat, Swoboda, and he's going to run it in. No, he throws the ball right into the hands of Space Force. Interception. Oh, I don't know. That game. Caden Anderson finished 23 of 29 for 211 yards with a touchdown and an interception that really wasn't his fault. That was more the offensive coordinator. That was a case where he was throwing on 3rd and long. And why do you get into 3rd and long? Because you run the ball twice to no avail. Run, pass. That is not the way to go. You don't want to be passing when the defense knows you're passing. And they were just teeing off with a pass rush. And that was not Caden Anderson's fault, his pick. But, yeah, that was pretty pathetic. And just trying to win games with your defense when they're out there on the field all game long because you cannot sustain any kind of time of possession. I feel bad for Wyoming. That was a tough loss to take. Hey, big thanks to Ethan Renault for coming on the show. You really got to check out his latest book. He's got 3-book series regarding Crum Hill. It's a different kind of horror story. It's really heady, real cerebral. It's not blood and gore. People don't get ripped apart. There are monsters, and it's really Ethan thinks a different kind of way, man. These books available on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, wherever you buy your books. Crum Hill, the author of Crum Hill, Ethan Renault, dropped in with us today and just shared a little bit of his insight on what the heck inspires him to write a horror story like Crum Hill. Really interesting. It's been a fun Monday morning. And we'll do it again tomorrow, same time. Thanks for joining us today on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Thanks for tuning us in on YouTube, X, Facebook, or on the website, cowboystatedaily.com. We're heard at radio stations around the state and run it back on demand, archived, wherever you find your favorite podcast. For now, wishing you a great Monday. See you tomorrow. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way.